Yeah, baby.
When you have sleep apnea, good sleep is a turn-on with a CPAP. Learn more at loveisintheair.com.
You know what? It didn't start with a big bang.
truck moved and everything? Oh, look at you.
You want to do some testing? Want to test anything? I'll use the setting stuff.
Yeah, I think we got it all tested out. I think all I got to do again is just start.
That's right. So this 14, you're gone.
I don't know. When they extended it up.
Because they told me 14, I would be out here. Just getting some extra shots. Yeah. Then lunchtime. After 12:30, they go back in. I'm done. I'm sure it's sweet.
Yeah, I'm hoping they get enough clicks that they decide to
Okay. You did a fine job up there. I was the megaphone at folks. Get around here, you got to work over. I had to yell, but the guy didn't know how to. Yo. Yeah.
Speak up, dude. You're in television. You're speaking television. You gotta get your name taken.
Years ago, there was a Junior squad. That I really talked to. One guy was talking to like, you got your belt on? Take your belt off, bud. Ass keys, everything. Leave your wife. No problem.
All right, I'll be back.
The reason I like you, where is it? Oh, okay.
You see him doing good.
Well, what lights are those?
Got me.
Light pedals, Helios.
Oh, wow.
Heavy.
They look heavy.
Good for hurricanes, I don't know.
You told me that because she was covering before hurricanes.
I don't know for hurricanes. Tired, I am. I know I'm not. But it's just the shot of us. Like lots of walking. Are they expecting her? She is going to walk by right there. She is.
Normally they come from that area. The house.
I just had no idea.
No,
Try to go here.
they usually come down there. That's the prison down there. You would like my wife still. Me? Yeah. You have a lot of other toys at home like this. This is it. Oh, you really?
I got like this.
Right. Right. You know, when I left the baseball team, we was at radio, and when I left,
Going down here too. We're gonna wait there with this for present. Little spring back corner. My insurance pays for 3 days, but they let me go 5 days. I don't have to start it. It's from 8 to 12. At first, I was going from 8 to 1, and I sit down at 4.
So I was learning stuff about live viewing into back. Right, but there'd be a point where we need to make the exchange, and if you're not here on the 14th when I'm supposed to be back, you figure it out. Because you're not, you already know where you're at 26 years. You're not that far from the event. So you guys are going to be together sometime to get on the next 500. We got some places that we go to. What do you say?
Papa! She didn't take that crazy. I hear her right out here.
Can't have any of this. I know, I got to. I hate going to the grocery store with my wife because she wants to read everything. kind of say it again?
It's anything that's not coconut or butter, olive oil, anything that's not those. And they're changing names. So
Right,
Vallow,
pretty confusing.
now they call it rapeseed. Yeah, but it's highly processed.
We got to go out to dinner because my wife would love to hear this stuff. I mean, she belongs to a book club across the country here. We've got so many books. And I don't read. I got to have a picture of typical magazines put together. I mean, where is she? We've got so many books. I'm like, what is this? So she goes, well, I don't like reading again. Yeah, exactly. You know, the only thing that gets to me is I got to dust them. So, anyway, you got my number. I'm gone.
Okay.
All right. I'll take this station with me. We don't need it now.
Okay. Now, are they made?
You can stay in there. Yes.
All following.
But she needs to go upstairs and make sure it's turned on again because they're going to kill the power. And that's what started.
But now I don't know. There's 7 o'clock.
Now, since you got AC to this, you don't need AC. I've got the battery pack to go. You don't need it. You might need it for me if I'm only 4 hours. All right.
It's nice to get you out of the house. It's valuable.
Yeah. All right. You got your middle. Like I said, the plan's something we did just to figure out where it's good for you guys on the schedule. All right. Thank you. No problem. Hey, and the day that you strike, tell me. I'll be here to help you out. All right? All right.
Where?
Which way? Yeah, there.
Oh, what?
There.
Huh. We park. I park way out. I'm trying to get. Let's switch. She's not going to get me.
I mean, all this is, you know, I don't know. Maybe the only thing is to do is to be here at the end of the day. But again, we don't know. Apparently, there's no family here.
They had a strawberry touch from April. It was good. It was good. I like the one.
Never mind. Hey, never mind. I didn't need you.
What?
I didn't need you. Keep doing what you were doing.
I wasn't doing anything.
I get what you're saying, but you ain't even give them the time to comprehend it. Which trial are you waiting on? See what happens.
espejo. Si tienes otros productos. Ok. Gracias.
Got the next looking for you?
Daddy, she's wearing 70s outfit right there. Nothing.
No, dude, it's good like me. You see that?
We got cameras. What's going on here?
Hey, listen, wait for a big cake, huh? There you go. How you doing? Ready for my interview? Yeah. All right, let's do it. that during the time they took her, she was with me. CPS guy, he gets PCS. What are we staging for? Vallow trial? The Vallow trial? You came in, morning. I came in that money, they got out that slap. It was on my big money. You send them DoorDash carrying people, niggas get jobs, get that little money, they sell it. It was easier, nigga. I had to do what?
her uncle from that combo. I would have recognized her uncle. I would have recognized them because.
Be blessed. Yeah. See you tomorrow.
You gotta be back.
I said, for sure, we at the house, we get ready to go get the range and shit.
Proceed to the route. Hey, thanks. Hopefully not, but maybe this is something stable. So you gotta watch my email better. Yeah, no, they said I'm done for the day.
Right.
So
So they didn't tell you what.
no, I want to get rid of it.
Your bag is so cute. Your coach bag.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, I was like, what is on this?
How's it going? I don't know if all this is really necessary. Hey guys. Hey, well, what's going on? Just being nosy. It's okay.
Sides reviewed the letter.
Yes.
Go ahead and just give it to my courtroom assistant. Thank you. Juror 3 also called my staff last week after the jury was selected, and the impression I got is Juror 3 doesn't have a problem with jury service. Juror 3's employer has a problem with jury service. So what's the state's position? Because we're getting a little bit later start, I'll keep Juror 3 after into the lunch hour individually about whether it's really him versus his employer, and offer to write a letter if he needs one to his employer about the requirements of jury service, and just sort of feel out that situation a little further, but we'll keep him on for right now. Please silence all phones. As I said, we are still missing one juror. As soon as those jurors all get here, we will proceed into the opening statements.
Judge, I did email the court staff about an individual, Brandon Boudreau, who would like to be present. He's in the courtroom currently. He has been noticed by the defendant back on March 6th as a potential witness. He has not been subpoenaed to date. He is here and would like to be present in the courtroom for the trial. I think that the court has previously allowed another witness that the defendant had also listed, reporter Nate Eaton, to be in this courtroom. The court had indicated that if these individuals were not subpoenaed, that the court would look at precluding them. It has been over a month since she has noticed him. He has not been subpoenaed. He is a victim in another case against this defendant. I'm asking that he be permitted to remain in the courtroom today.
All right, let me hear from the defendant.
Your Honor, our subpoenas were with OPDS, so I do not have any. We're looking for some confirmation for when those went out.
Well, is this a witness that is, first of all, have relevant information and likely to be called as a witness?
Yes.
What's the relevant information?
There's several things, but he will be called to talk about things that he was involved with my husband during that time.
Well, has the state interviewed this witness? Or potential witness?
Not with regards to this case. I don't know what he will be called to talk about things means. So I would like a little more information as to what the relevance is of this witness.
He has to have relevant information, which, as I've said, is testimony that makes a fact more likely or less likely. That's an issue in the case. So what fact would he testify about that make it more likely or less likely? Can you give me some sort of specific information that you would expect him to testify to?
Yes, Your Honor. His communications with my husband up to the date of his of this incident.
What would those communications be? And how are they not hearsay?
They're his communications with my husband. That's how they're not hearsay.
Okay, and what type of communications?
Phone calls, text messages.
I meant what substance? Can you give me some idea of the relevant information that he would provide to the jury that would help them make a decision?
Without giving away my entire defense?
Well, we don't just get to call witnesses that, you know, are going to testify about, we talked about the weather that day, you know, so you do need to give me some sort of information about what his anticipated testimony would be.
Well, his relevance in coming that day to do an intervention on me with the family.
Is this witness, Mr. Bardreau, is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is, Your Honor.
All right. All right, let's go on sidebar. If the defense can produce text messages or some information to provide to the court that shows he does in fact have relevant information, he might be called as a witness. But so far, the court can't find that Mr. Boudreau has any relevant information to this case. Therefore, Mr. Boudreau struck again without prejudice from the witness list. He can remain in the courtroom. We're going to bring the jury in. The other matters that were raised by the defense, we'll talk about at another time when the jury is not waiting. Testified to by a witness who has been sworn in and is answering questions from the witness stand. Therefore, it is important to remember that what is said by both the prosecutor and the defendant in opening statements and later in closing arguments is not evidence. The purpose of an opening statement is to help you prepare for anticipated evidence. The state can proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are you going to use, yeah, put a mic over there.
So I'm going to need you to stay close to me the next couple days. Mel, too. She can't go to Utah. They're planking some kind of intervention, but want Mel out of the way, so I'm left alone. I need to come get the stuff at your house tomorrow and secure it. Lots to do. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told. you. Lori Daybell, the woman seated over here, this to her brother Alex of 2019, 2 days before they killed Charles Vallow. But to understand why this is so meaningful, why this is relevant, you have to understand the context. So let's talk about it. Lori Vallow married to Charles Vallow. Lori Vallow lived here in Arizona, Chandler. Charles Vallow lived in Texas. In July of 2019, Lori Daybell was Lori Vallow, married to Charles Vallow. In July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to be Lori Daybell, wife of Chad Daybell. And in July of 2019, Lori Vallow wanted to keep the same lifestyle that she had with Charles. And she could get all of this if Charles was dead. She could marry Chad Daybell and become Lori Daybell. She would get a $1 million life insurance policy from Charles Vallow. She would get Social Security for herself and their son, JJ, as a child of a dead spouse. And all of this would be true if Charles Vallow was dead. So what about Nephi? Well, Lori Vallow, Chad Daybell, and Alex Cox all believed that those who disagreed with them were dark, possessed by evil spirits, sometimes called Z's or zombies. Sometimes they had names for these evil spirits like Ned. Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban. On July 9th of 2019, Lori Vallow invoked Nephi when she messaged Alex to provide them with that religious authority to kill Charles. After months of trying to get rid of him, they were finally ready to be like Nephi. So how did this begin? We go back to 2018. Lori Vallow met Chad Daybell. You will learn that in November of 2018, that Chad Daybell came to Arizona for a Preparing the People conference. And he and others stayed at Lori and Chad's house. Charles was actually out of town with JJ. Lori and Chad acted as if there was nothing between them, but nothing could be further from the truth. By January of 2019, Lori Vallow claimed that Charles Vallow was possessed by an evil spirit that she called Ned. You will see text messages where Lori and Alex refer to him as Ned. During this trial, you're going to hear from some women who initially were close in Lori's circle. These women will tell you they met her through the Preparing the People conference. They are spiritual women within the LDS church. And initially they found Lori's spirituality infectious. But the more they listened to Lori, the more they started to find concern with what she was saying. One of them called it red flags. Lori began saying things like she didn't need to repent, that she was beyond that. And you'll hear from these women that that goes against everything that their religion follows. Everyone must repent. You will hear from Serena Sharp that in March of 2019, she attended a girls' weekend with Lori and some other women. They went to the temple, they had lunch, they did volunteer activities, and then Lori asked them to do something a little unusual. She told them that her husband was possessed by an evil spirit, and she referred to that as Ned. She told them that Charles was no longer in his body. She asked them to come together and try to cast out this evil spirit. Serena will tell you that she didn't ask Lori what would happen to Charles if that evil spirit went. She only knew that she had said Charles was already gone. She didn't know if he would come back or his body would just die. Later that month, on March 26th of 2019, Alex Cox texted his sister, Lori Vallow, and said, quote, "Ned is still alive, just confirmed." Lori responded, "It's not Ned. It's a new one. Ned is gone. No one has seen him, right? Just talk to him, question mark." Alex said, "Correct. Charles' body is alive." "What did you learn, question mark?" And Lori responded, "A lot. Still working on it. We'll call you later." As the year went by, Lori and Alex became more determined to get rid of Charles Vallow's body, whatever they wanted to call him. You will hear from Christina Atwood that she attended a gathering on June 9th of 2019. Again with Lori and some close friends, but this time Alex Cox attended. This was the first time she had met him. Christina will tell you that she heard Alex say that he just wanted to kill Charles. In fact, she heard him say this a couple times. And she heard Lori say, in response, that she had been drugging Charles, crushing up JJ's pills and putting them in Charles's protein drinks. Christina will tell you she was so disturbed by this that she actually went and confronted Lori the next day and told her that if Charles ended up dead, she would have to go to the police. That's how disturbed she was. Now, Lori, of course, said it was all a joke. What else could she say? But 1 month later, Alex and Lori created that situation to be like Nephi and killed Charles. What about Charles? You're going to learn that Charles and Lori had been together for a long time. They had adopted one of Charles's family members' children, JJ. JJ was everything to Charles. JJ was the reason Charles and Lori were still together. You'll learn that Charles knew about Lori's beliefs, that he was called Nick or Ned or some name. You will learn that Charles told a lot of people about this. And on February 26th of 2019, Charles made a big decision. He had a $1 million life insurance policy, and his wife, Lori Vallow, had been the beneficiary. He changed it. He changed it to his sister, Kay Woodcock. You will learn he did not have to notify Lori about it, and she had no idea. You'll learn that Charles desperately wanted to bring Lori back to the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. You will learn that he was close with Lori's brother, Adam, and he was reaching out to him during this time period. You will hear from Adam. Adam will tell you that he himself had heard the defendant say things that were outside the LDS religion, that she was translated. Charles was possessed. He knew she was no longer following the LDS faith. Then, June 28th, Charles found out that Lori and Chad were having an affair. You will hear that he reached out to Lori about it, Chad's wife, and out to Adam Cox about it. Now you're going to hear about a lot of these things because the police executed numerous search warrants. You're going to hear that they executed search warrants on cell phone records, cell tower records, and iCloud accounts. You're going to learn that an iCloud account is basically a service through Apple where you can store everything, photos, emails, documents, whatever you want. This can be intentional, or sometimes it can be unintentional. Your phone or your computer may be saving items there without you even realizing it. You'll learn that for years, Lori Vallow had an iCloud account that was loriforstyle@icloud.com. But after Charles learned about Chad Daybell on that June 28th, she created a new iCloud account, lollytime@icloud account. Many of these text messages between Lori and others that you're going to hear about at trial were recovered from those two iCloud accounts. You're also going to learn about Charles's cell phone. The police eventually recovered it, and they were able to extract the data, look at the messages and things that had been in there. And you're going to learn about those text messages with Adam Cox from July 9th through the 11th. You're going to hear from Adam that they were talking about an intervention, about maybe recording Lori, saying these things and taking those recordings to the stake president, or just confronting the stake president about it. They didn't have an exact plan, but on July 9th, Adam agreed to fly to Phoenix to help try to talk to his sister, talk to the stake president, get her back into this faith. Ultimately, Adam flew to Phoenix on the 10th, as did Charles. Adam will tell you that he actually, when he got his reservation on the 9th from Charles, reached out to his brother, Alex. He asked to stay with him. And Alex said, sure. You'll see phone records. They had a conversation about it. But when Adam flew into Phoenix on the 10th, remember, that's after that message by Lori that he needed to stay close to her. Adam tried texting his brother. Adam tried calling his brother, and Alex didn't respond. Adam didn't know that his brother Alex had been summoned to help his sister Lori be like Nephi, that it was time to kill Charles. The text messages from Lori to Alex about that intervention that she knew about and being like Nephi show that by the evening of July 9th of 2019, Lori knew that Charles was trying to have an intervention. An intervention. In that text message, remember, she said they are trying to have an intervention. She knew it was Charles and others. She also told her brother he had to stay close for the next couple days because she knew that she was going to be seeing Charles on the 11th when he came over to pick up their son, JJ, to take him to school. She told him, it's all coming to a head this week. I will be like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. A few minutes after Lori had texted Alex that message on July 9th that they were going to be like Nephi, Alex called his sister Lori, and they talked for over 56 minutes, planning how they were going to get rid of Charles. Alex would stay close with his gun, and he and Lori would be like Nephi. July 10th of 2019 is a day before Charles was killed. We know from text messages that by 7:18 p.m., Alex was already at Lori's house. He brought a garbage bag with some clothes and an orange duffel bag with his .45 caliber handgun and 2 extra magazines of ammunition. He was prepared. We also know that the evening of July 10th, Charles sent a message to Lori letting her know that he would be over at 7:30 a.m. the next day to pick up JJ, to take him to school. Lori and Alex knew exactly when this murder would happen and where it would happen. They just had to make sure that Charles stayed in the house. You'll hear that on the evening of July 10th, Charles spent his last night alive on a date he had been on several dating apps and appeared to be moving on. You will hear from his date, Nancy Jo, that she and Charles had met on an LDS dating site a few days before. You will hear that she had talked to him and texted him for hours. Sometimes they would talk for 3 hours on the phone. Nancy Jo will tell you that Charles told her about everything of his relationship, his wife's beliefs, everything that was going on. And he had told her about this change to the beneficiary of his life insurance. She will tell you it sounded like a lot of drama, but she still was interested and wanted to meet this person, and so they met that evening for dinner. She'll tell you that she understood on the 11th that Charles would be picking up his son, that he was actually going to meet a realtor about finding a place to rent here so he could be closer to JJ, and that he was going to try to get in touch with Adam to meet up. And then they were supposed to meet later in the day. She will also tell you that she had told Charles, kind of joking, but in a way to end the drama, why don't you just tell Lori that you changed the life insurance policy so she knows it's not her? Nancy Jo will tell you the next day, she texted Charles, she called him, and she actually thought he had ghosted her. She didn't know he was dead until a few months later when she saw something on the news, photo of him, and actually learned that he had been killed on July 11th. So let's talk about July 11th. That morning, Lori Vallow was up early and she was texting with Chad Daybell. You'll learn that we do not have those text messages. They were not saved in the iCloud, but we have them from the phone records. Alex was already at Lori's house with his gun, and everyone knew that Charles was a punctual person and would be there around 7:30 to pick up JJ so he could get to school. You're going to learn that, like many people, Charles had left his GPS data locating service on his phone. So that means when his phone is moving around, it was constantly documenting with GPS the location of the phone. During this trial, you're actually going to see this data mapped out. You'll be able to see Charles come to the house, and then you're going to see his phone leave with the defendant and what she does all day with it. What we know is that Charles arrived at Lori's house at about 7:35. He texted Adam Cox and told him that Alex, or Al, is here. You'll see from photos that Alex's truck was parked in the driveway. Adam responded, "Really, I wonder why he never called me back." Charles didn't respond to that. Adam then texted, "They're planning something." And Charles responded, "Absolutely." Adam told Charles, "I was supposed to spend the night at his house last night. She probably blocked that." Charles told Adam, "What you do is up to you." Adam then told Charles he was going to reach out to Alex and ask him to come get him and see what Alex would do. And in fact, he did text his brother. You'll learn that Charles read that text message from Adam, but he didn't respond. Adam sent one more text message to Charles at 7:49 a.m. on July 11th. He told him that he and his son were going to go play basketball at 8 p.m. to look for a specific church leader who was usually there and have a conversation with him. Charles Vallow never read that message, but you will learn that Lori and Alex did. Charles went to the front door of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, a house that he had rented for his wife, Lori Vallow, a house that he paid for. Charles would have had to knock on the door, alerting Lori and Alex that he was there. He got JJ, put him out in the car, and then Lori Vallow created the reason to keep Charles from just leaving with JJ. Lori Vallow wanted to stop this intervention Lori Vallow wanted to stop Charles and Adam from trying to take her Temple Recommend away. Lori Vallow, who wanted to be Lori Daybell, and Lori Vallow, who wanted Charles's money. So Lori took Charles's cell phone, and she refused to give it back. Lori Vallow, or Lori Daybell, whatever name you want to call her by, is why Charles didn't just leave with JJ that morning. Lori Vallow is why Alex was able to shoot Charles. Lori Vallow is why Charles is dead. I want to tell you a little bit about the scene, this house, so you can understand what's happening here. When you walk in the front door, there's a big room. It was empty, no furniture. There were mirrors on 2 of the walls, windows on a 3rd wall, and the 4th wall had doorways going into the kitchen and a hallway off to the bedrooms. This is where Charles Vallow was killed. This is where Alex Cox shot him 2 times. The first shot to Charles Vallow was to his chest. It exited out his back. Charles Vallow fell to the ground. He put his left hand to this wound, and blood transferred onto it. You will hear from the medical examiner that this shot went through his heart, and that a person can take seconds to up to 2 minutes to die from that type of wound. You will hear that a person can still talk and move after they're shot in the heart. And we know Charles was able to move since he put his dominant left hand on his chest and transferred that blood to his hand. You will see that. As Charles lay on the floor of 5531 South Four Peaks Place, Alex Cox stood at his feet and fired a second shot. That shot entered his abdomen, and it exited his left shoulder. The angle was significantly upward. Dr. Baumgartner, who is the medical examiner, will tell you that this wound was shored. You will learn that shored means that there was something hard behind that wound. So when the bullet exited it, it caused a different tearing pattern than the other wound that exited Charles's back. It is this shored wound, this exit on Charles's left shoulder, that shows us that there was nothing accidental about this second shot. You will learn from the cell phone that at 7:49, Lori Lels's house, or left her house with Charles's cell phone, his wallet, his rental car, and JJ and Tylee. She drove to Burger King, Walgreens, dropped JJ off at school before she and her daughter Tylee drove back to the house. During this time, while Lori is driving around in Charles's car with his phone, she spoke with her brother Alex twice. The first call was at 7:52 a.m., 3 minutes after she left. The second call was at 8:06 a.m., 17 minutes after she left. You will hear that when Alex and Lori are talking, neither of them had called 911 yet. In fact, you will hear that Alex didn't call 911 until 47 minutes after Lori left. Charles Vallow lay dead on the floor of that house for 47 minutes before he called 911. During this 47 minutes, Alex began staging the scene and making mistakes. You're going to learn that the police found a bat that was located on the right side of Charles to the north of his head, like he had been holding it. And when he was shot and fell, it dropped, it rolled up against one of the walls that had mirrors on it. What you're going to learn that is, Alex forgot that Charles was left-handed. In fact, you're going to learn that Charles was a semi-professional baseball player. He pitched and he batted left-handed. So that bat was on the wrong side. Next, you're going to hear about an injury to Alex himself. Lori had told police that Charles hit Alex in the head with this bat before Alex shot Charles. Classic self-defense. But in all cases, we must look at the physical evidence because it doesn't lie. And the physical evidence doesn't have a bias or a memory loss. Sometimes it's the lack of physical evidence that doesn't lie. So again, we know that this room where Charles was shot had no furniture, mirrors, 2 walls. You learn that although Lori claimed that Charles hit Alex with that bat and then Alex shot him in self-defense, that Alex's gun had no blood transferred on it. Alex was allegedly struck in the head with a bat by a semi-professional baseball player. Doesn't go unconscious, and he never touches that injury. Pulls out a gun, is able to shoot this man twice, and then he takes the gun down a hallway and puts it into a room. Never apparently touching his head or this wound. And again, Lori says that Alex was hit with the bat in this room by Charles. But again, what we don't see is any blood on the floor. Charles strikes Alex in the head with a bat. They're grappling on the ground. There's not a single drop of blood on the ground in that room. There's pooling of blood around Charles as he lay there on the ground. There's not a drop of blood going down the hallway to where Alex put the gun. There's not a drop of blood in the room where Alex put that gun. There's not a drop of blood on the floor in the kitchen where Alex went to go wash his hands. There are no towels, sheets, clothing, napkins with blood on them, where Alex was holding his head and trying to stop this bleeding from this injury. You will see on body-worn camera, Alex Cox, who's on with 911, come out of the house. He will have a phone in one hand and his other hand up, and you will notice that he actually has a pair of sunglasses resting on the top of his head. You will see at some point, Alex sits down and they ask him to move to another location. They talk to him for a while, and then you'll see him eventually touch his head a few times, and then he obtains a napkin or towel, something, and you'll see him at times rubbing his head, patting it. That is the only bloody item you will see. Those sunglasses on Alex's head. He is struck in the head by a baseball player while grappling on the ground. He then pulls out a gun and shoots his brother, puts away this gun, deals with his injury, and yet those sunglasses are still right there on the top of his head. No blood on the floors, no blood on the gun, no damage to the mirrors, bat on the wrong side. The lack of physical evidence to help support this self-defense claim. Next, trajectory. The medical examiner will talk to you about the trajectory through Charles's body. The detectives are going to talk to you about the trajectory through the room. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that the trajectory of that first shot to Charles, the one that went through his chest, through his heart, and out his back, was front to back and slightly downward. It will be less than an inch downward. The detectives will tell you that the bullet from that shot, actually, as it exited Charles's back, ended up across the room in the baseboard. They pulled it out and recovered it. Both of them will say that this shot is consistent with Charles being standing upright with a person in front of him. The gun could be slightly down, or his hand could cause that little bit of downward angle. Dr. Baumgartner will tell you that that second shot that entered Charles's abdomen and exited his left shoulder, that the trajectory of that shot was front to back and significantly upward, 13 inches upward. Dr. Baumgartner is also the one who will tell you about that shored wound. What you will hear from the detectives, though, is that when they found Charles on the ground, off to the side of his left shoulder was the other bullet on the ground, not embedded. They'll also tell you that when they finally moved Charles, they took his body away, they cleaned up the blood on the ground, and they noticed a defect in the flooring, in the wood, consistent with a bullet striking the ground. That defect was located where Charles's left shoulder had been. You will hear that both Dr. Baumgartner and the detectives found that the trajectory, the wounds, were consistent with Charles laying on the ground, Alex being at his feet when that second shot was fired. The physical evidence does not lie. Charles was on the ground when Alex Cox fired that second shot. The injuries to Charles, the location of the bullet strikes, the trajectory of the injuries both in Charles and in the house all show this was not self-defense. This was a staged murder scene. I told you that Lori Vallow left the house at 7:49 a.m., and we know this because of Charles Vallow's cell phone. The 911 call was placed at 8:36 a.m., 47 minutes later. The police arrived at 5531 South Four Peaks Place at about 8:41 a.m. Lori Vallow and her daughter Tylee returned to the house at 8:48 a.m. When the police first contacted Lori Vallow, they thought she had no idea that her husband was dead, that he'd been shot and killed. Initially, you will see body cam footage of an officer going up and just getting her information. Lori doesn't ask, why are all these police here? Why is there a fire truck here? Why is my brother sitting on the ground over there? Or is he okay? Instead, she comments about her neighbors. You'll learn that the police then pulled her aside to do what they call a death notification, to let her know that her husband was dead. Only to their surprise, she told them she knew, she was there. So at this point, the police knew they needed to take her to the police station and question her. You'll learn that Lori Vallow was interviewed by the police. She was treated very kindly. The police asked her what happened. Lori Vallow told the police that she took Charles's cell phone. She admitted that she was the reason that Charles didn't just leave and take JJ to school. She told police in no uncertain terms that Charles was demanding his phone back, and she refused to give it back. She told the police that even as Charles screamed at her for his phone, she walked away from him, wouldn't give it to him. No matter what happened or what Charles said or did, she would not give his phone back to him. Lori told police that her daughter Tylee came out of the room during this screaming with a bat, that Charles took it away from Tylee, and Tylee fell on the ground, and she told Tylee to go out to the car with JJ. She still didn't return the phone. She told police that Alex came out, that he and Charles got into this scuffle with the bat, that Charles hit him in the head with the bat. She still didn't give Charles back the phone. What she did instead was take his phone and go around that wall into the kitchen. Left the situation. Time to let brother Alex be Nephi. While she's in the kitchen, she said she heard the gunshot, came out, saw Charles on the ground, and her brother standing at Charles's feet. Then she told the police she left. You'll learn that the police actually had no idea that Lori still had Charles's phone. Even when they're interviewing her, she still had it. Police are processing the house, looking for it. Where is it? I can't find it. Later in the afternoon, you'll hear that the police actually called Lori and Alex and asked them to come back to the scene. And when Lori arrived, they told her they couldn't find Charles's phone. And she told the detective that she found the phone in the car. Found it in the car. She gave Charles's phone to Detective Enplan and then provided her with Charles's PIN number to get into the phone. You'll learn that after those interviews in the morning, Lori and Alex went back to Alex's house in Santan. And there they went through Charles's phone. You'll learn that Alex actually took photos of some of the messages between Charles and Adam, including Adam's flight reservations. And he later sent those to his sister, Lori. July 11th. Lori didn't tell any of Charles's family he was dead. She didn't tell Adam that Charles was dead. She certainly knows they'd been talking. The next day, Lori texted Charles's sons from his prior marriage and told them, "Your dad is dead." Charles's sons reached out to their Aunt Kay about this, and you'll learn that Kay and her husband had to Google this, see if it was true. They found out that Charles had been shot. So what about the money? That life insurance policy. Charles Vallow had $1 million life insurance policy. When he got it, his wife, Lori Vallow, was the beneficiary. We know that Charles died on a Thursday, July 11th. That next Monday, July 15th, Lori Vallow called Banner Life Insurance. The call was recorded and you will hear it. She told the agent that Charles had been accidentally shot. It was an accident. And that she was the beneficiary. Both of those statements are not correct. There was nothing accidental about that shooting, and she was not the beneficiary. 3 days later, on July 18th, Lori Vallow learned that she was not the beneficiary. Banner Life Insurance could not and would not tell her who Charles had changed it to. But Lori was angry about it. And you're going to learn that on July 18th of 2019, there's another very important text message in this case. The first one on July 9th between Lori and Alex when they discussed being like Nephi. And on July 18th, 7 days after Lori and Alex killed Charles and Lori learned she is not getting $1 million life insurance policy, she sends a message to Chad Daybell. Quote, "So I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. So it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. You can't tell me who, of course, but it's done. I'll still get $4,000 a month from SS." In this text message, Lori tells Chad that it was probably Ned, that evil spirit inhabiting Charles's body, that changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of him. before they killed him. After Lori found out that she was not the beneficiary, she was so angry that she actually went through Charles's laptop, found the beneficiary change form, sent photos of that to Chad. She also confronted Kay about it. The $1 million she had expected to get was gone. But as Lori told Chad on the 18th, she was still going to get money from the death of Charles. Lori knew already that a month before going to see Social Security, how much money she would get for JJ and for herself as a caregiver as a result of Charles being killed. $4,000 a month. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case is going to show you that Lori Vallow Daybell conspired with her brother Alex Cox to kill her husband, Charles Vallow. When Charles let Lori know he was coming into town, she quickly got the pieces into place. Alex came to her house with a gun. Lori created the way to keep Charles inside the house so that Alex and she could be like Nephi. To kill Charles Vallow to better at least her life so she could be with Chad and she could live off that life insurance policy. As we go through this trial, you will see photos of Charles's injury, photos of the crime scene, and hear testimony that will prove that this was not self-defense. As we go through this trial, you'll be provided with phone calls, emails, text messages, and hear testimony that lays out the motive for this murder, money, and Chad Daybell. You will see text messages and hear from people who Lori trusted and who were later pushed away, people who really don't want to be part of this trial, but were pulled into it by this defendant and her desire to get rid of Charles to be with Chad. People who heard Lori for months saying Charles was gone, possessed. People who will establish that this murder was premeditated. You will hear text messages from July 9th by Lori to her brother, Alex Cox, that he had to stay near her, that it was all coming to a head, and she would be like Nephi, and so would he. A justified killing, just like the prophet. And later, the text message to Chad where she told him that Charles changed the life insurance policy before they got rid of Ned. A confession by Lori of how religion and money were twisted to justify Charles's murder. At the end of this trial, the state will come to you and ask you to hold the defendant responsible for the death of Charles Vallow and find her guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Thank you.
All right. Will the defendant be giving an opening statement? Okay, because of the lunch hour, your opening statement will start after lunch. I'm going to excuse the jury for lunch. I'm going to ask juror 3 to stay back. I need to talk to you about something. Please remember the admonition, jurors. We'll see you. Let's start. Everyone be back in the jury room about 1:20 p.m. and we'll resume at 1:30. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
And that's prosecutor Trina Kay making her case to jurors in Maricopa County, Arizona, as the trial for the conspiracy to murder Charles Vallow is getting underway. Welcome to the Lunch Show here on Law and Crime. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with us. It's 3:47 here on the East Coast. And of course, it's around 12:47 lunchtime out there in Phoenix. And they're on the lunch hour. We'll be taking your questions. So please submit those to us in the YouTube chat, and we'll get to as many of them as we can during this lunch break. This trial, of course, has been years in the making, almost 6 years, and it's finally getting started. It was July of 2019 when Lori's brother, Alex Cox, shot and killed Charles Vallow in Maricopa County and claimed that he did it in self-defense. Alex died months later of natural causes, you may recall. And if you've been following the case, you know how awful this was. Charles tried to get Lori help in the months before he was killed. He thought she had had a mental break. Prosecutors would say that Charles was the first victim in a dark plot hatched by Lori to rid herself of anyone that stood in the way of her marrying Chad Daybell. After Charles was killed, Lori's children, JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan, were murdered in September of 2019. And the following month, in October, Chad Daybell's wife, Tammy Daybell, died. Her death was later ruled a homicide after originally being deemed, her death was deemed, she was believed to have died of natural causes. Lori and Chad Daybell married, and they were later charged and convicted of murdering JJ Tylee and Tammy Daybell. And Lori is currently serving 3 life sentences. Chad was sentenced to death, and both are appealing. Now, Lori, of course, is back in Arizona to stand trial for the conspiracy to murder Charles, and she's representing herself. So we are going to get to see her opening statement after the lunch break. But first, I want to bring in Gigi McKelvey, who is on the ground there in Phoenix, Arizona. And with her is Tom Evans. He was a juror on Lori's trial in Boise, Idaho. But first, Gigi, I want to check in with you. And I want to hear what it was like to be in the courtroom as this trial finally gets underway, and what the jurors were doing as Trina Kay made her opening statement.
Well, I think that Trina Kay did a great job of keeping it very simple for these jurors who likely don't know much about this case. It's very convoluted, but they were all ears, all eyes on her. I think the way she explained it was very easy to understand, really just focusing on that life insurance policy as the motive, not bringing in too much of the religion. She did mention a couple of things that were said in text between Lori and Alex shortly before Charles was killed. But so far, this jury seemed to be very transfixed with her openings, which I think she did a great job. We're not able to see Lori very well where we are, but she seemed to be focused on the prosecutor as well in her openings. And so after we get finished with lunch break, it will be Lori's turn to get up and do her openings. So we're very interested to see what she's going to say.
And I was wondering, your guest there, Tom Evans, Gigi, Tom, why was it so important to you to make your way to Phoenix for this trial? Obviously, you're really invested. You were a juror on the trial in Idaho.
You're right. I was a juror in Lori's trial, and when that trial was over, I decided to write a book about my experience as a juror. And then a year later, I went to Chad's trial every day of that, and I've written a second book about that trial. And so now I'm working on book 3, and that's why I'm here.
Oh, wow. Really? That's amazing. Now, Gigi, I know you have been covering the case from the very beginning. You're really invested in it too. What's it like for you to see this case finally come to a head after all of these years? Because Charles was murdered back in 2019. It's been almost 6 years.
Yeah, and Charles was the first of 4 victims in this case, and it's time, to be able to hug Kay Woodcock today and just know that finally her brother is going to get justice here in Maricopa County. It's a long time coming, and what's crazy to think is that they nearly got away with it, Anjanette. It was initially deemed self-defense. Tammy Daybell deemed a natural death. It wasn't until JJ and Tylee went missing that they looked at both of these cases again and realized there's a lot of discrepancies, especially among Tylee Ryan, Alex Cox, and Lori Vallow's statements there in the police station that day. So it was nearly missed, but now, like you say, almost 6 years later, we are here in Maricopa County to seek justice for Charles Vallow, and it is past time.
And Jesse Weber is here with me too, Law and Crime host. Jesse, I'm wondering what you think of this. You've followed these cases from the very beginning as well. And Lori is going to be representing herself. She is representing herself. So we will see her opening statement after lunch. So now we are seeing this trial. Charles, the very first victim in all of this. We're seeing it begin after all of these years. What are your thoughts as we watched Trina K give her opening statement? To me, I thought it was pretty compelling.
I thought it was a great opening statement. And look, in terms of, and I'll get through the points that I think were really strong in a second, but look, Lori Vallow representing herself, great idea. Great idea. I can't imagine what's going to go wrong.
I was wondering if you would think that.
Well, let me put it this way. First of all, any criminal defendant representing themselves is an incredible risk. But when you're dealing with Lori Vallow, who's already facing 3 consecutive life sentences, you wonder what she has to lose. But look, even leading up to this trial, she's already taken a number of losses. She tried to have certain witnesses from the prosecution excluded from trial. Didn't work out. Look, in terms of her defense, I'll get to that in a second. But let me tell you what I thought Prosecutor Trina K did very well. Now, remember, Lori Vallow isn't charged necessarily with the murder. She's not charged with taking a gun and shooting Charles Vallow. She is charged with conspiracy. So the idea is she had to have an agreement with Alex Cox, her brother, to kill Charles Vallow. And what did we hear during the opening statement? Remember, openings are not evidence. This is a preview of what we can expect the prosecution to lay out. The text messages showing a plan between Lori and Alex, messages where it says, thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will like Neffy, I am told, and so will you. All this stuff about Charles being possessed, including text messages. That is very consistent with how she was ultimately prosecuted and convicted with respect to the death of her children. Lori allegedly drugging Charles leading up to his death. The $1 million life insurance policy that she didn't realize she wasn't a part of. And let me tell you, what I think was probably the most important text message explained during the course of this opening statement, where Lori allegedly sent a text message to Chad saying, I talked to the insurance company. By the way, this is after the death of Charles Vallow. I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. It was probably Ned, meaning this possessed entity. It was probably Ned before we got rid of him. That is a prosecutor's dream to have a text message like this. And obviously, when you look at the scene, the lack of self-defense evidence, shot to Charles's head, speaking to Alex after the killing, waiting to call 911. Really, I think this was a very strong opening statement. And I don't know what to predict from Lori Vallow, but I'll tell you what she should do. I'll tell you what she should do, Anjanette. Do you remember the videos that came out of both Lori and Tylee Ryan being interviewed by police after the death of Charles Vallow, and Tylee Ryan herself saying Charles was, acting like a crazy person. He took the bat from me. He was red in the face. If she focuses on that, I'm not saying it'll be successful, but that is probably where she should go.
Yeah, they talked about Tylee Ryan's police interview in pretrial hearings, and Lori wanted to introduce some of those. She was talking about how Tylee was an unavailable witness. Jesse, can you get this? Like,
I wonder why.
Get where I'm going. Yes, I wonder why she's unavailable, right? So she said she's an unavailable witness, and the prosecutor fired back and said, well, she's unavailable because, the defendant is convicted of murdering her and making her unavailable. So Lori is not going to be able to use those videos. Whether or not the state indeed does is another question. But, I think we will be seeing probably Lori's police interview from the state. So the judge said, go ahead, Jesse.
And I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just going to tell you, she is not a trained lawyer. She may be told not to say something. There's going to be a short leash. She might say it anyway, and that's going to be in the juror's mind. She may be restricted in what she can say and argue, but does she know the rules of evidence and about what she's not allowed to argue and not? So I'm curious to look at that as well, if she brings up something she's not supposed to.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And if Trina K tries to throw her off by objecting, if she brings up something she is not allowed to bring up. And another interesting thing, I don't know if you picked up on this, Jesse, but during the opening statement, Trina K did refer to her as Lori Vallow a couple of times. That probably really irks her. She wants to be called Lori Daybell. She does not want to be called Lori Vallow. And I think that was intentional. We're going to get to some questions now. So I'll throw this first one at you. is the death penalty on the table, Jesse? This is Chris Mass from YouTube. Is the death penalty on the table in this case?
I don't believe it is, unless
No.
I'm mistaken about it. I don't believe it is, which, by the way, I think it would have complicated the case, right? Because you have a situation where if the death penalty is on the table, A, it's tougher to get a jury who, has to look at the evidence. And even in cases where you would think it's a simple solution, a simple decision to say if somebody kills their children, if somebody kills their husband, that they should be entitled to death penalty. Not so easy. Even if you have a death qualified jury who says, I think I can do it, they may not be able to handle it when it actually comes to that decision. And so that would actually elongate the trial. We know that Lori is not the person that Lori has mental health issues, and that would definitely complicate it as well. So if you're looking for a more streamlined case of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder, that's the way to go about it. I'm not surprised that the death penalty would not be on the table here.
Yeah, and she faces, she can be eligible for parole after serving 25 years, but she's already serving 3 life sentences in Idaho. So, Gigi, let's bring you back in. We need to get some questions over to you. This is from Stace67. She is asking, I want to know more about the zapper on Lori. And this is the rack belt that the sheriff recommended and that Judge Boreski said Lori must wear in court so she doesn't have visible restraints on. So what can you tell us about the rack belt, Gigi?
Well, first off, I can tell you with the last pretrial hearing that we had, it was kind of clear Lori did not want to wear the belt. She was pointing out they were going to have armed guards at the exits if she didn't wear it. So I would be nervous too. It's essentially a wearable taser that goes around your waist, and you have one designated person from the jail, I believe, that has the button that could literally put Lori on the ground. I mean, those things, it's like wearing a taser all the way around your body, and it is a one push thing. So if she gets out of hand and gets to where that person feels she's a threat to anybody in that courtroom, they can zap her and down she will go.
Yeah, it's just a simple remote control, and it's around her belt. And really, they could have ordered her to wear the vest, which is even heavier and would probably be more uncomfortable, but they can zap her, and it can be, from what I was reading, up to 50,000 volts, and it's an 8-second zap. I watched a video about it on YouTube. Let's get to another question. Air S from YouTube. This is from Air S is asking us on Law and Crime. I almost misread this, Gigi. Did Chad tell Lori that Charles is Ned? Is there any proof of that, Gigi?
The origins of where the name Ned came from aren't exactly clear. However, we do know back in 2019, late 2018, early 2019, Chad Daybell was conducting Google searches, very specific. Ned Schneider, Louisiana, died 1996. So for me personally, I do feel like Chad Daybell was the one that came up with that name, although this fake evil entity in Charles had 3 different names over the course of all of this, Ned being the first, then Garrett, then finally Iplos. But to me, I think Chad, because you see those Google searches in the documents from the police department where he was searching this very early on after meeting her.
Yeah, it's and we have Charles on body camera, which I'm sure the jury is going to see, and he's saying basically, she's calling me Ned Schneider, so he's trying to get his wife some help back in January of 2019, and it's all on body camera. It's all there. I think we should take a look now at some of the opening statement from Trina K. We cut up a little bit of this for you, so let's take a look at that, and Gigi will talk about it on the other side.
The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Laura used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban.
So JJ, Trina K is laying it out there for the jury, this whole religious aspect of this, where Chad and Lori and Alex, I guess, that she said they don't have these text messages from that day between Chad and Lori, but Alex and Lori are talking about this and using these religious terms. So this is going to be part of this trial.
Yeah, and I think the prosecutor is going to have to do a very good job of explaining it to these jurors as if they are not members of the LDS faith and have no idea who Nephi and Laban are, which are referenced in these text messages. Because I know for me personally, when I started covering the case, I had to do a lot of Google searches because I had no clue. So I'm not sure how much of the religion, I put that in air quotes, is going to be brought in, because you really can get thick in the weeds with that stuff. It's even for me, I've covered this case over 5 years. I still can get very confused. I think just enough to give the jurors a little bit of a taste that maybe this was driven by their religious beliefs that they essentially made up themselves would be enough. But to go too deep into it, I think would be a risk of losing that jury very quickly. Mm-hmm. And so I think Tom can probably attest to that, because that was part of,
Oh, well, let's dovetail
that
over into Tom. Why don't you address that really quickly?
I think if they make this case too complicated, they're going to lose the jury. This case goes so deep. There's so many layers to it, and I don't think it's necessary in this case for killing Charles. I think it was necessary in Idaho when they were trying to prosecute her for the murder of JJ and Tylee, but not as much here. I think keeping it simple, keeping to the facts as they relate to Charles.
Well, we will see. She brought up a little bit of it in opening, so we'll see if how deep she gets into it once she gets into the evidence. Jesse, I'm going to go back to you now. This is from Hot Mess Mom TV from YouTube. I love that name. All of us moms, I think, can relate to that a little bit. Is the state able to bring up Lori's other convictions, or is that inadmissible?
So a couple of things. First of all, let me go back to the death penalty question. One thing I wanted to add to that, my understanding is in Arizona, conspiracy to commit murder wouldn't make somebody even eligible for the death penalty. It would have to be a first-degree murder charge. So just put a little clarity on that. Typically, no. Now, having said that, typically you're talking about the idea of bringing in other convictions. Typically, no would be inadmissible. You can make the argument that would be highly prejudicial. Now, here's the problem. What happens if Lori Vallow Daybell decides to take the stand? Then she can open up the door to those other convictions coming in. If she brings up things about, Tylee, or she brings things up about JJ, or she brings up the fact about her prior criminal history, if that should come in, then that can come in, and that would be highly problematic. Now, I also agree that from a prosecutorial point of view, while it might help the idea of telling this story, it could complicate it. Those deaths occurred after the death of Charles Vallow. I think there was a difference between bringing in a little bit about Charles Vallow in the trials with respect to the kids, since that happened before and you're establishing a pattern in a way. I agree that if you put that in, that opens up a whole other section of commentary. It's a whole other case. It will elongate this trial when arguably, if you just take what the prosecutor laid out in the opening statement, they have enough, if they can prove all that, they have enough to essentially prove conspiracy to commit murder of Charles Vallow. They don't need everything else about JJ and Tylee, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would agree with you 100%, but it will she's going to have to be very careful that she doesn't open the door to all of that. And she's already kind of demonstrated during some of these pretrial hearings that she can be a little bit of a loose cannon. So we'll see. I mean, and she wants to testify. She's kind of made that clear. Jesse, this is kind of a hard one. This is kind of a hard question. I'm just prefacing my question with this. This comes from Margie from YouTube. She's asking, will she serve time in Arizona if found guilty, or will she go back to Idaho? So would she go back to Idaho to do the 3 life sentences, or would she stay in Arizona if she's convicted of Charles's case, and then later the Brandon Boudreaux case, let's say she's convicted on that? Would she stay in Arizona and do that time first, or go back to Idaho?
Well, it's difficult to say in terms of if she's convicted and what the sentence would be. Would she have to serve out a shorter sentence before going back to Idaho? Usually there's a conversation between Arizona authorities and Idaho authorities. But, you know, from a practical reality, if she's convicted here, we are still talking about the fact that she would be serving, you know, life in prison. And it's interesting because when you think about it, it's very similar to the Harvey Weinstein case, right? You know, Harvey Weinstein, I'll give everybody a recent example, right? He was convicted in New York, although we know that conviction was overturned, and he was ultimately convicted out in LA, but he was serving the time in New York. So she wouldn't be the first person who faces trial on criminal charges in multiple jurisdictions, but it does become a question from a practical point of view about where she would serve that time.
Yeah, it's interesting to know. It's kind of, maybe they'd say, well, who wants her? Who wants to keep her? You know, maybe it would be that simple. Who knows? We're going to go back to Tom for this one. This is a question for you, Tom Evans, from Brittany. I think it's a really good one for you. Do you think the jurors, when you were in the courtroom, do you think they were confused at all? Brittany asks, I know the full story, so I followed what she was saying, but I could see being confused if this is the first time you're hearing it.
Are we asking if the jurors in this trial are confused or the trial that I was in?
Yes. I'm sorry. Brittany wanted to know if you think the jurors are confused or were confused listening to Trina K lay all of this out. Since Brittany knows the whole story, you know the whole story, but in looking at the jurors, did you sense any confusion on their part?
I didn't notice any confusion in their faces. I was watching pretty closely. And I think she did a really good job of laying it out detail by detail in a way that was pretty easy to understand. And that's why I say, you know, I don't think they need to bring in the deaths of Tylee and JJ and just confuse everything. Keep it simple to what the jury can understand.
Yeah, I think that's good advice. Gigi, here's one for you. How on earth, this is from Melanie Webb, how on earth was Lori ever deemed competent to stand trial, let alone represent herself?
Well, in Idaho, she was incompetent for 10 months, maybe a little more deemed competent. Also, in order to be able to represent herself, they did another psychiatric evaluation here in Arizona. She was deemed competent. It's really hard to fake those things. They know when you're malingering. And so, look, if you've watched her at these pretrial hearings, although we do see her emotion taking lead a lot, she's not doing the worst job I've ever seen. So I think that she is definitely competent enough to know what she's doing. I mean, these motions do have some research elements to them. She does have advisory counsel, but at the same time, it's not as big of a train wreck so far that I thought it would be. At least in the pretrial, that emotion is what's going to be her downfall if she lets it get to her.
Yeah, it does seem that she, and this is why people usually have a lawyer represent them, it does seem that she does let her emotions get the best of her at times, especially in that hearing last Monday during jury selection. But we'll see how it goes for the rest of the trial. Maybe her counsel can rein her in a little bit. Here's another question for you, Gigi, from Pixie. How long does Lori get for her opening statement? Has the judge placed any time limits?
Not that I know of. I don't, oh gosh, you know, knowing Lori, we could be here till the actual second coming if they didn't put a time limit on it, because she loves to talk and she may go off the beaten path. But I think that the prosecutor will probably be happy to object if we feel we're getting into stuff that's not relevant. So we'll see how it goes. I think that's the $1 million question. What is she going to put forth for that opening statement, and how long is she going to go?
I will be interested to see how she organizes this and how long she does go, because Trina K's, you know, seemed like it was a good length. It was an appropriate length. Tom, we'll get another question over to you. This is from Roxy from YouTube. She asks, I have a question. Does religion influence jurors' decisions?
No. As a juror, I can't speak for other jurors, but myself personally, I was not influenced by that. You kind of have, as a juror, I think you have your emotional side and your more pragmatic side, and the pragmatic side has to be what matters in that situation. So you just take the evidence as it is, forget about any political or religious leanings you might have, and just go with the facts.
I'm going to turn back to Jesse now. Jesse, I think this is a really good question for you. And it's an exciting one because it comes from Scotland, which I think is really cool. So we have an overseas question, yes, from the United Kingdom. This is exciting. I love it when we get the questions from overseas. It's from Adrian Ferguson. And Adrian asks, how does Lori's side counsel work? How are they allowed to help her?
Yeah. So it's a great question. And by the way, let me just say from a practical point of view, many times criminal defendants, who, by the way, it's their choice if they want to represent themselves, if they go back and forth with that and they choose to represent themselves, sometimes courts will say, look, you've abandoned your right to get help from counsel. Now, I don't think we're at this situation. She is allowed to present her arguments. She is allowed to call her witnesses. She is allowed to move forward with the legal strategy she wants. However, she can turn to her help. She can turn to her legal counsel for aid in certain matters about how to introduce an exhibit or how to, prepare forward. She does have them, and they're not supposed to necessarily be like paralegals, but they are her advisors, which, by the way, I think from a practical point of view, helps streamline the case, make it more efficient. But, again, it's either you can't really have a hybrid. You can't represent, you're not co-counsel. You can't put the opening statement and then your lawyers then question witnesses. So you don't see that hybrid. She will be in the driver's seat, but if there are times she needs questions or needs help knowing about the rules of evidence or the local rules of that court, it seems that counsel will be by her side to help support her in that way.
Definitely. And you see her from time to time, at least during the pretrial hearings, she kind of leaned over and the advisory counsel would, coach her or counsel her. So we'll see how it goes throughout the rest of the trial. Gigi, I'm going to turn back to you on this question. This is from Barb Russell, and she asks, will Lori call Chad as a witness? Could you imagine?
Oh my gosh, I would love to see it, but no, he was not on her witness list. She had 11 witnesses and then one expert witness. It's questionable whether any of her witnesses are going to be able to come in because they haven't been sent subpoenas and they haven't been interviewed by the state. So last week, the state filed a motion to preclude all of her witnesses, which would leave Lori Daybell as the only witness if that is granted by the judge. It's going to be something that he addresses as it comes up in the trial, probably closer to that defense case. But he was never charged in this. The prosecutors here in Maricopa County said there just wasn't enough evidence to really guarantee a conviction. Whether or not that changes, who knows? But to me, it would make it seem like they don't have enough right now to charge him. Why would he have anything relevant to say about this trial?
Yeah, most definitely. And he was not on her witness list. And as we know, I mean, she loves Chad Daybell, so she's not going to put him in a position that's going to put him in any legal jeopardy. So, I just don't see that happening. And I wouldn't see her doing that. So Gigi, I know you have to get back to court. So it's been great being back on the air with you. And we will be doing this all week long. So we'll look forward to it. And we want you to get back inside. So thanks to you. And thank you to Tom Evans. It's been great having both of you. We'll let you get back to it. And then Jesse and I will take it from here. So Jesse, I'm wondering what you are thinking we are going to see when the lunch break ends. I mean, I'm wondering what we are going to see when Lori gets up there, because she will be allowed at the podium since she has the rack belt on. That's a security precaution that they're taking. She's going to have an armed guard around somewhere. I think there's one unarmed guard they will allow, but she is going to be allowed at the podium and she will be allowed to address those jurors looking right at them. So what do you think? What do you think? Because she seems to enjoy being her own advocate. She thinks she can do this better than her lawyers.
It's the time and time again. So many criminal defendants believe that they know the story better than their attorneys. They can't advocate for me. Now, first of all, let me tell you, there is a chance she might reserve her opening statement. She might actually say, you know what? No opening statement now. let the prosecution start calling their witnesses. She'll have the opportunity to cross-examine them and then reserve an opening statement for later on. Now, there's a lot of times you see that for a lot of reasons. They want to see what the prosecution's case is. But assuming she actually does move forward with an opening statement, again, she has to present not an argument, but an opening statement. It's very different, and she can't make those arguments. So will you see objections from the prosecutor? Perhaps. But what she should try to lay out is what she's going to say and what she's going to present as a defense. And if it's not, it has to be highlighting that she has no connection to this. She can't make arguments that, oh, she's being, she could say that she was scapegoated, that this was a faulty investigation. She could say that the prosecution can't meet their burden. She could try to say, that this is a case where this was all Alex Cox. She had no part in this. This was self-defense. I'll show you why this is self-defense. If you look at the videos, Alex Cox had an injury to his head. Those kinds of things perhaps is where she should go, right? But and downplaying her connection to this. But she's also going to have to explain, maybe not now, but during the course of the trial, why she was interested in the insurance policy, why she mentioned, as I said at the top of the hour, why would she allegedly write, it was probably Ned before we got rid of him. I think that becomes a part that she has to distance herself away from. But again, it does become a question, where is she going to go in this opening statement? And how much is she going to focus on the law? And how much is she just going to make these arguments that really don't apply? If she's going to be talking about religion, or she's going to be making these generalized statements, I don't know if it's going to do her much good. I can't predict what an opening statement from Lori Vallow Daybell is going to be, because if we look at everything that she has said, how many times were we questioning what she said on wiretap calls, the jailhouse phone calls? Remember the conversation that she had with Colby Ryan where she wouldn't give an explanation as to what happened to the kids? Do you remember the eerie conversation she had with Chad Daybell when he was saying that the authorities were searching his property? And it was so bizarre. And she is a bizarre individual. She has had competency issues in the past. So it's kind of an unprecedented nature to have her represent herself and what she's going to say. But we'll all watch and try to make sense of it.
Yeah, we definitely will. Now let's kind of fast forward and think past opening statements, because opening statements are not evidence, of course. Let's think about what challenges she's going to have in actually presenting evidence and representing herself. You kind of addressed some of that, but Elenia Goods from YouTube is asking this question, Jesse, about what her biggest challenges will be in defending herself. I know what I think some of them will be, but what do you think they will be?
She's not a trained lawyer. Does she know how to cross-examine witnesses? If you're going to be cross-examining investigators, what you want to do is highlight problems in the investigation. Did you look at this? How come this was overlooked? Why were you looking at me immediately? If she's being questioned about if she focuses on her interrogation with police, those are the questions. Why did you ask me this? Did you read me my rights? Those kinds of things. But she's not a seasoned lawyer. And even if you get, advice from your counsel, it's very different than practicing for years and years and years. It just doesn't, you're losing a significant advantage. There's a reason you have lawyers. And so the fact that she might, and it could be something little, does she know how to properly, you know what I was just thinking this. Prosecutors themselves will step out of line and they will ask questions that should be objected to. Is she going to make the objections? Her attorneys can't do it. So if she doesn't make the proper objections, the jury will hear things that they really shouldn't hear, but she doesn't know objection relevance, things like that. So she's going into a disadvantage. The prosecution is definitely going in advantage, even aside from the evidence in this point of view. One hand's tied behind her back, maybe both. So I think that from a legal point of view, this is not wise in any case, particularly one where the evidence is quite severe.
Yeah, definitely. And I think one of her biggest challenges will be holding in and reining in, keeping her emotions in check. And we saw her last week, Jesse. We saw her having an issue with that. So let's take a little bit of a look at Lori in court last week when she got pretty upset about something.
I feel like the state is trying to say, okay, if you want your speedy trial, guess what? We're not going to let you defend yourself. Guess what? You can't have any experts. And guess what else? You can't have any witnesses. You can't have anybody speak in your
Can't really
behalf.
hear
So
it.
good luck. Have a nice day.
All right, well, that's why attorneys sometimes take a long time to prepare for a trial, because they need to give notice of what all the testimony their witnesses are going to give. They need their experts to prepare reports. That's why your prior attorneys and your current attorneys were asking for more time to prepare the case. So you can't really have it both ways, that you want your speedy trial rights, but you don't want to give notice to the other side of what your evidence is.
I don't not want to give notice to the other side, with the limitations at the incarcerated state where I am, and the limitations with OPDS of getting Lonnie Dworkin late in the game that they did. I've done everything in my power as a defendant to prepare the state, and to give over everything that I could do within my power, with the limitations that I am an incarcerated person at this maximum security prison jail.
So when you say...
And I shouldn't be able to represent myself because of that fact? That negates my constitutional right?
I didn't say that. All right, I said that sometimes there are reasons to not go forward to trial as fast as you want.
So there Lori was zealously defending herself, Jesse, but still, I mean, yikes. I mean, the judge at some points during that hearing, his patience, and he's a patient man, his patience was wearing thin, but see what I mean? She gets herself really stirred up.
And she makes arguments that might be irrelevant. Look, here's the thing, too, I should mention. If you choose to represent yourself, you're not given a pass. Okay, the judge might allow a little leeway, but only so much. You made the decision to represent yourself. I'm going to treat you like I would an attorney of this court. So she has to know the rules of evidence. She has to know the limitations of her arguments. She has to be prepared. Now, I give her credit, right? So leading up to the case, she a government witness was truly an expert, talked about the right to a speedy trial, complained about news coverage of the case, talking about the discovery. She seems to be somewhat, knowledgeable in certain aspects of criminal procedure. But again, she is not a seasoned lawyer, and that is going to work to her disadvantage. And I think the thing that we have to look out for in her opening statement is she going to be making relevant arguments that will actually help her defense? Again, this is conspiracy to commit murder. In order to defend against that, you have to say there was no agreement here. There was no overt acts taken in furtherance of that. That is what she has to focus upon and nothing else.
The trial is that she's not going anywhere. She's not getting a bond. She's going back to Idaho if she doesn't get her speedy trial, or she's just going to sit there. So it's like the speedy trial argument falls flat for me, but it is her right. So let's go. We have a really good question from Brittany. This is a really good question, Jesse, and I think I know the answer to it, and you probably know better than I do, though. This is from Brittany again. If Lori gets out of hand, can the judge make her advisory council take over?
So it's a great question. And by the way, is it just from Brittany? Like just Brittany? Like just share?
Yeah,
like
just
Brittany.
Just
Okay,
Brittany.
good for you,
Yeah.
just Brittany. I'm reminded of a situation of the Darrell Brooks case. We all remember that, right? You remember that? And
I do. Grounds.
Right.
I'm waiting for that moment here.
There's a difference between forcing you to have counsel represent you versus if you yourself are representing yourself in this case and you become combative, you do not follow the court rules, you may forfeit your right to actually represent yourself. And there does become a question of whether or not you will impose defense counsel upon you. But remember, there is a constitutional right by which a defendant has the right to represent themselves and have counsel. So it does become a tricky area. But if she steps out of line, the court will definitely have to step in and advise whether she cannot, forfeits her right to actually be present in that courtroom for certain points, or whether or not there needs to be defense counsel for her.
Yeah, and I wonder too, does that mess up the entire record then? I mean, you're switching horses in midstream. I mean, how I just don't know how that would work.
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time that we see a change like that, but obviously, and by the way, you wouldn't be able to argue a mistrial for your own bad behavior.
True.
So you can't say, oh, I was, this all was chaos in the courtroom. Yes, I caused it, but, I had to have new counsel brought in or I was stepped out and, mistrial. No, if you cause the issue that creates a mistrial, you're not going to be able to use that to your advantage. You can't use it as a weapon.
Ineffective assistance of my own counsel. I don't think there is such a thing. Okay, so another question. This is from Cindy. It says Cindy T1. If she takes the stand, Lori, and all indications are that she is taking the stand, will she be allowed to question herself or just do the narrative?
It's the narrative. And what was the case that I saw? I'm forgetting which one it was because we cover so many here, but it was the guy out in Las Vegas. Yes. Remember that narrative format? Yeah. You provide a narrative format. It has to be, you can't just, go off track. Otherwise there'll be objections. You give a narrative format about what happens, and then you subject yourself to cross-examination by a seasoned prosecutor. And there are there's no protections really. You open yourself up, as we talked about before. But yes, she can give a narrative format. That'll probably be the most streamlined way to do it. Sometimes you can prepare certain questions that are asked, but usually I think for this case, it would probably be a narrative format.
Let's go back to some other questions. I'm scrolling through. Danielle Hefner tube. I'll take this one really quickly. This is an easy one. Anyone know if Chad Daybell is actually on death row? Yeah, he was sentenced to death, and you automatically get to appeal when you are sentenced to death.
So wait, just one thing I have to add. We have great producers, Anjanette, and I stand corrected. I thought it was the narrative format. Apparently, the judge will not let her testify in a narrative format. She has to submit questions ahead of time to her standby counsel. So I stand corrected.
Okay.
So thank you to our amazing trial producer, Kathy Russin, for that. She knows a lot more about this.
Okay, got it. Thank you, Kathy. Yes, thank you. And thanks, because I don't think I was aware of that one either. So thank you so much. We have a question from J&J's Mom 47 from YouTube. If Charles was the first murder, why is the trial just starting now? Well, there are several reasons, Jesse, but I'll let you start, and then I can always chime in too.
Well, I think it was the way this investigation unfolded. I mean, it started with the disappearance of the kids, and then when their bodies were recovered, it led into everything else. Once you figure out what evidence that led to her being convicted of the children, you see this was a lot. There was always weirdness. There was always weird aspects of the story. His death. The alleged shooting of Brandon Boudreaux, or towards him, the attempted shooting of Brandon Boudreaux. There was the death of the children. There was the death of Tammy. But you first dealt with the death of the kids, and then Tammy, and then you realize, then she was ultimately indicted after that. So it just became a timing. It wasn't as if she was indicted for the conspiracy to commit murder of Charles Vallow first, and then the children. It was the way the timing of this all shook out, and she was already in the middle of the trial, or it was already leading up to the trial of the kids.
Well, and let's think of the timeline here. I mean, Charles was killed in July. The kids, were killed in September, Tammy in October. And really, I mean, I remember this. I remember working in local news and reading this story every Saturday morning about these missing children, right at the beginning of COVID. And it was just how the whole thing unfolded, as you said. And it almost seemed like they were suspicious about Charles's death, but maybe didn't have enough to charge it back in July, August of 2019. I mean, that's kind of that's the feeling I always got from covering this case. They couldn't say definitively that maybe it wasn't self-defense. And then Alex Cox dies of natural causes. I mean, it was just, as you said, the way it unfolded.
And let me also say this, the way that they prosecuted her in Idaho for the death of the kids was very consistent with how they're prosecuting her here. They're not saying that she was the one necessarily who killed the children, that she physically killed them, but through text messages, conversations, phone calls, witness testimony, it was the idea she was a part of this plan. And if you accept that this was all a pattern going on for several months, that the death of the kids, the way she was a part of that, is allegedly the same way she's a part of the death of Charles Vallow.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they didn't say that she was the one that physically carried it out, but I mean, they were church. I always said they're her children. If your children are gone and you don't know where they are and you're doing nothing to find them, you've got a lot of explaining to do, a lot of explaining. We have a question from, I already did the question from J&J's mom. I apologize. Let's look at another soundbite. We're going to look at another piece of sound from prosecutor Trina Kay. And this is from the opening statements. And I think we both agree, Jesse, that Trina Kay, you know, as we said, she did a pretty good job in her opening statement. So it was what she needed to do. So let's take a look.
Lori, Chad, and Alex used religion, the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and a story of Nephi, a prophet, who was directed by the Holy Spirit to kill Laban, to obtain brass plates and secure the long-term prosperity of Nephi's descendants. Lori used this religion and the story of Nephi as justification to kill Charles Vallow, just like Nephi killed Laban.
And, you know, Jesse, this is kind of was my thought about this a lot of the time covering this case. It wasn't necessarily that they were religious, but possibly using religion and their beliefs to justify what they wanted to do. And that seems to be where she is going with this. And I think she will get into the religion a little bit. She has to. How can she not? Because you're basically, you have Charles Vallow on body camera telling the cops she is thinks I'm Ned Snyder, that I'm evil and I'm possessed and all of this stuff. So it's a huge part of this.
It's tied in to the timeline here, right? You heard from the opening statement that there are witnesses and text messages that would say she kept referring to this, entity within Charles as Ned. You can't just separate those conversations. And if you say that she thought that, he was possessed, and again, let me go to alleged message between Lori and Alex. Thanks for standing by me. It's all coming to a head this week. I will like Nephi, I am told, and so will you. Or when Lori sent Chad a message, I talked to the insurance company. He changed it in March. It was probably Ned before we got rid of him. This is inextricably tied, the religious aspect to it. And I agree with you. It wasn't, one would say that it was just a devout twisted belief system, or is it being used to get rid of the people that were in your way of living a life without your significant other, as we heard during the trial with respect to the kids, money, right? Why is an insurance company? The same thing with getting the benefits of JJ and Tylee. So you're seeing, what was it? Money, power, sex was the theme in that first trial. I mean, you're dealing with very similar elements here. And let's not forget, Charles Vallow was an incredible witness in this case. He had filed for a protective order. He was talking about how he was concerned for his life. I mean, these are things that a prosecutor really needs to sell the story that the person he thought he loved had these twisted beliefs and he thought his life was in danger. And all the stuff, I mean, the idea that Lori was allegedly drugging Charles, poisoning, putting pills into his protein shakes, and then he just happens to die. This is all part of a timeline that the prosecutors need in order to find her guilty of conspiracy.
I still, Jesse, cannot to this day get over the fact, every time I watch that body camera footage from January, I can't get over the fact that a husband went to the police for help and nothing happened. I mean, it's stunning to me. And I hope that something good has come of this, maybe some better training and recognizing mental health stuff. We have some other questions, though, that I think I should get to. A question from Roxy on YouTube. Do inmates have access to legal resources and materials to represent themselves in court?
So I think the best way to explain is what's happening right now with the Sean Combs case, right? So he wanted a laptop with all of the evidence. If you're representing yourself, and even if you're not representing yourself, you have a constitutional right to put forward a defense, to participate in your defense. You can have access to the materials. You won't necessarily have access to, I mean, maybe there's a law library in the jail, but you do have access to the evidence. Now, it doesn't mean that you're going to have a personal laptop that you can use whenever you want. Obviously, there's certain limitations put on it, but you do have access within the confines of a jail and working with your attorneys to have access to the evidence and prepare. This becomes a question where she's representing herself. So, you know, there again, in the Combs case, a lot of those materials were attorney's eyes only, and he would be excluded from seeing certain things. Here, even if there were certain aspects or designations, she's the attorney now. So she would have a right to see it all in order to prepare for her defense.
Yeah, most definitely. She has complained, though, in some of the pretrial hearings about being kind of hamstrung by the limitations of being incarcerated. I mean, she can't just go out and interview people.
Correct.
Her investigator has to do it and that type of thing. And, you know, so there may be some materials and stuff she has access to, but she's kind of complained about some of the limitations when she's kind of put herself in this position. Yeah, she has a right to represent herself, but she's kind of painted herself into a little bit of a corner. Let's go now to another question. This one is from Susan Lee. Can Lori and Chad, I think this is a really good question. I wonder this. I don't know if either of us know the answer. I'm thinking it's probably no, but can Lori and Chad speak right now between prisons?
That's a good question. My answer would probably be not.
I don't think you can call each other between prisons. Maybe write letters.
I don't have an answer to that one. You know, it was one thing to say leading up to the trial, you know, you had these competing interests and co-defendants in a way. I'm not entirely sure. That's a good question. I would love to get a little more clarification, or maybe if someone knows if they've communicated and I'm just not aware of it. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, and I mean, he's on death row. And
Yeah.
I've always heard death row is pretty restrictive, but
he
other
could
people
maybe
say
write a
it's actually
letter.
not.
He could maybe write a letter. Yeah.
That's what I'm thinking. Write a letter, or they have those kind of like internet-based services these days where you can write to somebody. I can't imagine that you can do this.
Yeah, I don't imagine.
I'm not so sure about that.
Yeah. Unless they were trying, I wonder, you know, unless they were trying to have a situation where they wanted to record that conversation, because we know jailhouse calls are recorded and it could be used as evidence later on. But I'm tough about that one. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either, but that's a great question. And I think we'll dig into it, maybe look into that a little further and bring you the answer later this week as we continue to do these live lunch show Q&As all week during Lori Vallow Daybell's trial. So Jesse, it's been great hanging out with you here on the live stream this afternoon. Always fun. Love hanging out with you.
Love hanging out with you, Anjanette. Even though we're not, you know, we're distances away. We get an opportunity to talk. Oh, by the way, wait, one more thing. We know for a long time that Lori had regular contact with Emma. So this is Chad's daughter, and presumably she would pass messages between them. So that's a little update again from our producer.
Oh, Kathy has a lot of tea. Well, Kathy's going to be on here later this week too. So
Kathy's much better than I am. So you're in good hands.
Spill a lot of tea, as the kids say, later this week. So I've also heard about some weird stuff where they do stuff with the phones, where they do this, but that was probably old school, like turning phones like this. I don't know. We'll talk about it another time.
The way you secretly communicated, because you've lost me. You've lost me.
No, just stuff I've heard over the years covering crime. But yeah, it's been fun hanging out with you, Jesse. We'll do this again sometime. And we're going to wrap it up for now, though, everybody. Thank you so much. Stay tuned. Lori Vallow Daybell's opening statement. You can watch it right here very, very soon. But we do have that 30-minute delay. So just hang out and be patient. We will have that for you. So don't go anywhere, but maybe go, I don't know, refill your drink, get a snack. I don't know, do whatever you need to do. And then get back right here to the YouTube. And remember, we'll be doing the lunch show Q&A all week long. I'm Anjanette Levy. Again, thanks for being with us, and we'll see you back here later and tomorrow. Have a great day.
All right, we're on the record. State of Arizona versus Lori Daybell. The attorneys are present. The defendant's present. The jury is not present. We ready to bring in the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Let's bring in the jury.
All rise for the jury.
All right, the jury is now present. Please be seated. All right, the defendant can proceed with her opening statement.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have been charged with a crime, a serious crime. And the only question here is, did I commit this crime? Conspiracy. Conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a crime. Okay, so you see, okay. There has to be an agreement. There has to be a plan. The evidence in this case will show that Charles Vallow and I got married in February 2006. It will show that it was my fourth marriage and Charles' third marriage. At that time, we each had 2 children. I had Colby, who was 9, and Tylee, who was 3. Charles had Cole, who was also 9, and Zach, who was 7. The evidence will show that our family moved from Austin, Texas to Chandler, Arizona in 2009. The evidence will show that Charles and I adopted our great nephew, JJ, who was born in 2012. It will also show that Charles and I were married for over 13 years and were raising 5 children. The evidence will show that I was a licensed cosmetologist and worked as a hairstylist for 20 years while we lived in Austin, Texas. The evidence will show that Charles was a licensed life insurance salesman and worked as an independent contractor, selling life insurance policies and annuities, and owned his own business. The evidence will show that Charles and I purchased life insurance policies early in our marriage, and Charles had them issued to the maximum amount possible to each of us. The evidence will show that Charles was 17 years older than me, and that because of Charles' age and an issue that he had with high blood pressure, the maximum amount of life insurance that could be approved for Charles was $1 million. The maximum amount of life insurance that I could be approved for because of my age and my health was $2 million. The evidence will show that throughout our 13-year marriage, that we always had life insurance policies. When a 10-year policy lapsed, Charles would shop for another company who would approve us for the maximum amount of life insurance. The evidence will show that this was Charles' job. This is what he did. I helped him in this business, and this is what he did. The evidence will show that in 2016, Charles repurchased a new $2 million life insurance policy on me, and he was the sole beneficiary. The evidence will show that Charles and I had a happy marriage for 13 years, that he was, in fact, a baseball player, and that he played high school, college ball, and AAA ball, and that he was, in fact, a left-handed pitcher, a southpaw, they call him, but he was a right-handed batter, as could be attested to by anybody who knew Charles well and his high school baseball coach, Greg Davis. The evidence will show that Tylee was, and in 2014, our family moved from Chandler, Arizona to Kauai, Hawaii. We lived there for 3.5 years and returned to Chandler in 2017. The evidence will show that Tylee was 3 years old when Charles and I got married, and that when she became a teenager, the relationship between Tylee and her stepfather, Charles, became so difficult that Tylee and Charles had to seek a therapist, a family therapist, to stop them from fighting. The evidence will show that together, Charles and Tylee met with this therapist after we moved back to the mainland in 2017. The evidence will show that in April of 2018, Tylee's biological father passed away from a heart attack. And at that time, Charles called Social Security and made an appointment at the Social Security
I'm
office.
object to hearsay.
Sustain.
It will show that we did get Social Security for Tylee for her deceased father until she was 18 years old, and she was 15 years old at the time. The evidence will show that Charles and Tylee's fighting increased greatly in January of 2019 when Charles and I temporarily separated. The evidence will show that several people witnessed these terrible arguments between Tylee and Charles that increased to physical in 2019. Charles and Tylee had major increasing arguments, 2 in February of 2019, 1 of March in 2019, which was captured on video, 1 in May of 2019, 1 in June of 2019, and then the worst of all in July 2019. The evidence will show that in March of 2019, Charles pulled JJ out of his special school and moved him to Houston, Texas, while we were temporarily separated. Tylee and I then joined Charles and JJ in Texas in April 2019 to reconcile. The evidence will show that JJ was diagnosed with severe autism when he was 3 years old while we lived in Hawaii. The evidence will show that for 2 years, JJ was attending a school in Gilbert, Arizona, a special school for children with autism. It's called Lawrence Life Academy. The evidence will show that in June of 2019, in JJ's best interest, Tylee, JJ, and I moved back to Chandler, Arizona to re-enroll JJ back in Lawrence Life Academy since he had a difficult time with the Houston, Texas schools with no services for his autism. The evidence will show that Charles and I agreed it was in JJ's best interest to be in school where more services were available to him, so Charles and I rented a house here in Chandler. On the day in question, July 11th, 2019, Charles and I were renting 2 houses, one in Houston, Texas, where he mainly resided, and one in Chandler, Arizona, where I resided with our 2 minor children, Tylee and JJ. By this time, our 3 older boys, Colby, Cole, and Zach, were adults and not living at home any longer. The evidence will show that during the months of June and July, that my husband, Charles Vallow, began to send me threatening text messages. These messages were seen by my sister Summer, and that worried her. The evidence will show that Charles insisted on flying into Phoenix on July 10th, as we've heard from the state. The evidence will show that I advised Charles that he could not stay with us at the Chandler house because he could not get along with Tylee, and I did not want them to get into another fight like they had 3 weeks prior. The evidence will show that it was ultimately decided between Charles and I on text messages that he would stay in a hotel because he traveled for business all the time, hotels all the time, and that I would book it for him since I worked for him and booked all of his travel. The evidence will show that Charles did in fact fly into Phoenix on Wednesday, July 10th, and stayed in the hotel that I booked for him. The evidence will show that Charles paid to fly my brother Adam Cox into Phoenix from Kansas on the same day, Wednesday, July 10th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles planned to come to our Chandler home and pick up JJ and drive him to school on Thursday morning, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will also show you that Lauren's Life Academy opens its gates at 8:25 a.m. in the morning. And the evidence will show that Charles showed up at our Chandler residence around 7:30 in the rental car I booked for him on the morning of Thursday, July 11th, 2019. The evidence will show that Charles began texting with my brother, Adam Cox, before he entered our residence, and that Charles and Adam were discussing in their text communications that my other brother, Alex Cox, was at the residence. The evidence will show that on the morning of July 11th, that Tylee was asleep in her room and my brother Alex was asleep in the guest room. The evidence will show that when Charles entered the house, only JJ and I were awake and present. The evidence will show that after we put JJ in the rental car, that Charles came back into the residence to receive his phone, leaving JJ in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running. He was 7 years old. The evidence will show that Charles began to scream at me when I refused to hand him his phone. The evidence will show that Charles' screaming woke up Tylee and Alex. The evidence will show that Tylee came out of her room with a bat to protect me, her mother, from her stepfather, Charles Vallow. The evidence will show that Tylee and Charles fought over the bat, and that after a struggle over the bat, Tylee fell onto the ground, and Charles lifted up the bat to hit Tylee with the bat. That Alex then intervened to protect Tylee from being hit with the bat. He did not have a gun. He was not wearing a shirt. He was pulling up his jeans because he just woke up and came into the room where he heard the screaming. The evidence will show that Alex and Charles got into a physical struggle for the bat and fell onto the ground. The evidence will show that Tylee, who was on the ground, was lifted up by me and sent outside to get away from the struggle and to protect JJ, who was still in the running car, in the rental car in the driveway. The evidence will show that after the struggle on the ground between Charles and Alex, that Charles prevailed with the bat and began to come towards me with the bat as I ran away from him into the kitchen. The evidence will show that at some point while I was running away from Charles, who was chasing me with the bat, that Alex apparently retrieved his gun. The evidence will show that I ran outside to the children and that Alex shot Charles in self-defense. The evidence will show that Tylee and I had both run outside without shoes. The evidence will show that JJ was still in the front seat of the rental car with the engine running and struggling to get out of the car. Tylee was trying to keep him in. The evidence will show that Tylee and I got into the rental car with JJ and drove away. The evidence will show you that I drove the children away from the residence towards JJ's school. Can I grab a tissue?
Yes.
The evidence will show that I drove the children through the Burger King drive-thru that Charles had promised JJ. The evidence will show that we continued to drive towards JJ's school and that the gate was not yet open at JJ's school. So we drove a block west of the school to a Walgreens where I ran in to purchase flip-flops for Tylee and myself so that we could walk JJ into school on the hot pavement. The evidence will show that Tylee and I returned directly to our residence where we met with police in our driveway. The evidence will show that we were spoken to by the Chandler police officers. And the evidence will show that Tylee and I were told by the Chandler police detectives that Charles had passed away. The evidence will show that we were put into a police van and driven to the Chandler Police Department. The evidence will show that Alex was taken by police in a police car to the Chandler Police Department, and that we were all three separated into interrogation rooms and we were each interviewed. The evidence will show that next, Tylee and I were brought back together into a room at the Chandler Police Department and were introduced to a victim's advocate who was very kind to us. The evidence will show that after speaking to the victim's advocate, that Tylee, Alex, and myself were put back into the police van and driven back to our residence. We were directed by the Chandler detectives to take the rental car and return later to the residence after we picked up JJ from school. The evidence will that we did as instructed by the Chandler detectives. The evidence will show that we drove to Alex's residence where we attended to the wound on the back of his head. The evidence will show that Alex was then contacted by the Chandler detectives to return to the residence so that Alex could walk them through the events that occurred with the detectives at the residence. The evidence will show that Alex, Tylee, and I did return to the residence as instructed. And the evidence will show that Alex entered into the residence with Detective Moffett, but that Tylee and I were met by Detective Inkland in the front yard. The evidence will show that at the time, Detective Inkland asked Tylee and myself if we had Charles' cell phone. Tylee retrieved Charles' cell phone from the rental car and gave it to Detective Inkland at 3:11 p.m. on July 11th, 2019. And at that time, Charles' phone was placed in the custody of Chandler police detectives. The evidence will show that Detective Inkland asked us if we knew the passcode on Charles' phone, which Tylee proceeded to give to Detective Inkland. The evidence will show that Tylee and I left the residence to pick up JJ from school, while Alex remained at the residence with the detectives. The evidence will show that by the time Tylee, JJ, and I returned to the residence, that all police, EMS, CSI, and detectives were gone from the residence and only Alex remained. The evidence will show that the next day, I contacted Chandler police to inform them that Charles' belongings were still at the hotel. I asked the detective if I should go get them, and I was told that they would take care of it. The evidence will show that I asked the detectives, what should we do next? And they directed us that they would contact us in about 3 weeks after their supervisor passed off their reports and Alex could go to the police station and retrieve his gun. The evidence will show that the last thing I heard from Chandler Police Department until June of 2021, 2 years later, when I received a grand jury indictment from them for this alleged crime. The evidence will show that Chandler Police treated this incident as self-defense.
I'm going to object to that.
The objection sustained. The jury should disregard that last statement.
The evidence will show you that my brother, Alex Cox, passed away on December 12th, 2019, almost exactly 5 months to the day after Charles, my husband, passed away. The evidence will show that Alex passed away from a blood clot in his lung.
Objection again.
I'll sustain the objection. It's not relevant for this matter.
The evidence will show you that I am the only person being charged with this crime.
I'm going to object to the relevance of that.
Sustained.
As the state has mentioned, they're alleging that insurance money was my motive. Social Security was my motive. Spouses having insurance policies is not a crime. Collecting Social Security is not a crime. Self-defense is not a crime. A family tragedy is not a crime. It's a tragedy. Thank you.
All right, the state can call its first witness.
Thank you. If I may go get him.
All right, sir, you're going to come up right here. My clerk will swear you in right here.
W-I-E-R-Z-B-I-C-K-I. And your first name? I-R-W-I. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir. All right, you're going to have a seat up here.
Sir, would you please tell the jury your name?
My name's Sergeant Erwin Wurzbicki. I work for the Chandler Police Department.
How long have you worked for the Chandler Police Department?
June will be 10 years.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
I had 10 years in Illinois.
Back on July 11th of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was working as a patrol officer, I believe in Beat 18.
And what were your hours?
0600 to 1600.
Is that 6 a.m.?
6 a.m. to 4 p.m. Yes.
Thank you. Were you dispatched to a residence at 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you dispatched for?
That was a shooting.
Were you the first on the scene when you arrived?
I
What
was,
did you
ma'am.
see? Okay. What were you wearing at the time?
I was in full patrol uniform.
Does the Chandler Police Department back then, did they have body-worn camera?
They did.
And can you describe where that was and how that works?
I believe back then I wore it on my left shoulder.
Okay. And how does it get activated?
You have to press a button and it'll turn it on.
Does it normally,
Yes.
and did you have that on and did you activate it when you arrived to this scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there other officers on scene at some point when you got there?
After I arrived, yes.
And you're saying it was 760, so I pulled the printer to see if I could get.
Sorry about that.
What other officers arrived on scene?
Right after I arrived, Officer Krautheim arrived.
Can you describe to us sort of what happened as you get to the scene? How did you guys, you and Officer Krautheim, handle the situation?
When I was getting out of the car, I believe the gentleman that called in was still on the phone, and we advised dispatch to tell him to come out with nothing in his hands except his phone. As he opened up or came out the front door, I started giving him commands. That was what I wanted him to do.
So you're talking with dispatch. Is that the same as 911?
Yeah, it's the same dispatch center.
So is the person who's talking to the 911 person then just relaying information to you?
Yes.
So you're able to tell that person, tell dispatch to tell the person to come out.
Yes.
Did you and Officer Krautheim have someone come out?
Yes.
Can you describe for us the person's demeanor as they're first exiting?
He was very nonchalant, very compliant with us.
Okay. You said he still had his phone?
Yes.
Do you recall if his other hand was up?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall where he came out of from the house?
He came out the front door.
Okay. When he exited the house, what did you guys have him do?
I gave him commands to come towards us and then have a seat on the curb.
Okay. So there's just two of you officers still at this point?
Yes.
What did you do at this point?
I decided to go check for anybody that was injured inside and clear the house, make sure there was nobody else in there.
Okay. What did Officer Krautheim do?
I believe he started speaking to the gentleman that we had come out the house.
So he stayed outside
Yes.
and you went into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talk about clearing the house, can you tell us what that means? What do you do?
We just wanted to make sure that if anyone needed aid rendered to them, we could render aid to them, or if there are any more suspects in the residence, that we could try to apprehend them.
Does that mean that you walked through the entire house?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And all that's when your body cam is on?
Yes, ma'am.
When you first entered that house, can you describe for us what you saw when you walked in that front door?
Yeah, initially when I walked in, it opened up into like a day room or something like that, and just off to the right, I saw somebody laying on the ground, motionless.
Did you notice anything about that room?
It was empty.
So no furniture?
No furniture, yeah, it was just an empty room.
The person that you saw to the right, male or female?
Male.
And can you describe how you saw him laying on the ground?
Yeah, he was laying on his back, I believe with both of his hands to his side, motionless. And then I went over to him to check his pulse.
Is that standard for police to check the welfare of any potential victims?
Yes.
When you checked the pulse, did you find one?
No.
Did you notice anything else about this victim?
Yeah, I noticed that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest area, and there was blood pooling in like his kind of like neck collar area.
Did he appear to still be alive to you?
No.
Part of your job with your prior experience in Illinois and your experience here in Arizona, have you seen deceased people before?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you think this person was dead?
Yes, ma'am.
If you didn't think he was dead, are police trained to do CPR?
Yes, ma'am. We're all certified to.
Would you have
Yeah.
done that if you believed that would have helped him?
Absolutely.
So even though a person appears deceased to you, is fire still called out to check on them?
Yes.
Why is that?
They go through their own process and procedures, and I believe they usually give the official time of death.
Okay. Did you notice anything else in that room where that male was lying?
I can't think of anything right now, no.
Do you recall seeing any projectiles on the ground near the victim?
Objection, leading.
It's a yes or no question.
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. When you walked in the house after you saw this male on the ground, did you continue through the house?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that to clear it?
Yes.
And will paramedics or fire come in if you haven't cleared the house yet?
Usually no.
So they want to make sure it's okay as well?
Yes.
After you cleared the house, did you, or as you were clearing the house, did you ever locate any weapons?
Yes, I believe we located a firearm in one of the back bedrooms.
Okay. Did you touch that in any way?
I don't recall.
Okay. After you cleared the house, did fire enter?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did fire do?
They began to try to render aid to the victim.
By the time fire came in, were other officers now on scene?
Yes.
Were you still wearing and recording with your body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
Does the body cam, you told us that it's on your shoulder. Does it always show where you're looking?
No.
So your eyes or your head can be turned to a different direction than what the camera is actually
Yeah,
showing?
if I was turning talking to the judge, my camera would be facing the crowd.
I want to show you a video. And if I can have my paralegal bring that up and have him identify it. And sir, if you can just look at that and let me know if you recognize that as your body cam minus the audio of it.
Yeah, that's my body cam.
Do you recognize that as you in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have previously watched that?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, the state will move to admit exhibit number 2, I believe. Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
2 is admitted.
And Your Honor, if we may publish it.
You may. Also right there.
So this is the house you're walking up to, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As you're talking to dispatch?
Yes.
And this is the individual that is coming out that you asked dispatch to have come out?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that Officer Krautheim in the back?
It is.
Are you announcing
Yes, ma'am.
that standard?
Yes.
That where you checked to see if this male had a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
That the weapon that you told us that you found?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you letting people know on your radio that you found a weapon?
I believe so, yes.
You told us that other officers were arriving.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that what we see here happening?
Yes.
And is fire also starting to come in?
I believe they were right behind him, yes.
But you continued to clear the rest of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we see there?
It appears that the fire is rendering aid to the victim, or attempting to.
Were you walking around trying to find identification for the individual on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to ever find an identification for him?
I was not.
So no wallet laying around?
No.
No ID in his pocket?
I didn't check his pockets, but no, I don't think fire found one.
So you're kind of talking with them to let them know who this is as well?
Yes.
Because they're documenting it.
Yes.
And is that the individual who came out with the phone from the house?
Yes, ma'am.
One that dispatch and 911 told to come out?
Yes.
When you were interacting with him there, what was his demeanor like?
He was extremely calm.
You told us that you were looking for the wallet for this individual. Did it seem unusual to you that you couldn't find one?
I wouldn't say it was unusual. I didn't know if he lived there or not, so I just kind of looked around to see if there was anything laying around.
Is this you still trying to see if there's anything in the residence that might be related to that individual?
I think I was just giving Officer Cohen a recap of what I had already went and looked through.
And I've shown defense counsel or defendant exhibits 3 and 4. I have a paralegal, and it goes up to the officer to review as well. Do you recognize those as sort of screenshots of two different views during your body cam footage?
Yes.
State will move to admit exhibits 3 and 4.
Any objection?
No objection.
3 and 4 admitted.
And if I may publish them. So in this photo, when you were looking at it, were you able to see here's where you are checking to see the pulse of this individual?
Yes, ma'am.
And did this also reflect what you had talked about of the blood pooling that had run towards his neck area?
Yes.
Exhibit 4. Is this sort of when we first see you walk back in and we see fire working on the individual?
Yes.
You told us that when that individual who was on the call with 911 came out, that you observed the phone with him. He was kind of holding it.
Yeah.
Did you ever see any other phone in the house as you were looking around? Anything obvious laying around?
I don't recall, no. I don't believe I did.
No phone on the ground near the deceased male?
Not that I recall, no.
After you had cleared the house, allowed fire to enter, and other officers were arriving, were you tasked with going out to put up some crime scene tape?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean?
It's just tape that keeps the general public out, keeps the media out, so we have a secure scene, and it doesn't get tainted by anybody or anything.
So that included both the house and some of the street?
Yes, ma'am.
Did that sort of end your involvement?
Yes.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
All right, cross-examination.
It's Sergeant. Where's Vicky? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I like to get that right. Okay. You said the individual exiting the house was nonchalant. Is that correct?
I don't know if I use those words, but he seemed very calm, yes.
Very calm.
Yes.
Is that the same thing to you as nonchalant?
I wouldn't use that word, so I would say he looked very calm and unbothered.
But you said nonchalant a minute ago.
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. Does everyone act the same in a stressful situation that you've experienced? No? Are you qualified to give someone a psychological evaluation?
No.
No. You put your hand on my husband's neck for checking for a pulse, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what you did when you first came in?
Yes.
Did you perform CPR?
No,
No. Why not?
because it was apparent to me that he was deceased.
And that's not your protocol?
To what?
To perform CPR until fire comes in?
Not if it's going to make it even worse because they had apparent gunshot wounds to the chest.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if I start pumping on his chest, it's going to start spewing blood out of his chest even at a more rapid pace.
So when the 911 operator was telling my brother to do that, that same thing would happen?
All depends on when the call came into dispatch.
But I'm saying if you're doing CPR on someone with a gunshot wound in the chest, on the chest.
Could, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you said something else. You said fire gives official time of death. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that time of death? Do you know?
I do not recall.
And you cleared the house before fire came in, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were looking for some kind of identification?
When
Yes.
I cleared the house,
Yes.
I was looking for other potential victims and or suspects.
Okay. But you were told on the phone that no one else was in the house but Alex. Is that correct?
I don't recall if I was told that or not.
Okay. Do you have any crime scene investigation experience?
Just my 20 years of experience as a police officer.
And you said something about, and this is just for me to understand, you said something about the casings being to the left of him or to the right of him?
I didn't say they were to the left or to the right.
Oh, did you say west or east?
No.
Oh, sorry, that was my interpretation. Can you tell me what the weapon was that you found?
It was a handgun.
Was it a 45?
Don't recall.
Okay. Could you tell what direction the bullet came from?
Based off the way the body was laying, I could assume it came from where his feet were at.
Near the feet?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see the projectile that was in the baseboard?
I don't recall if I saw that or not.
You said he did not appear alive, that you already thought that he was deceased. Is that correct, when you entered into the house?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I believe I was dispatched to the call at 8:41. So, I mean, if I was going to make a guess on what time I walked into the house, I would say I was probably at the residence within 10 minutes.
So around 8:51, perhaps?
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And then when fire took over, is that the normal protocol for fire to take over and do the CPR?
Yes.
And so you didn't do CPR, but they did do the CPR. Is that correct?
Yes.
On top of the gunshot wound?
Yes.
Is that normal protocol?
I don't know what their protocol is.
Okay. I'm just asking because I wouldn't think to do that either. And then you said that you went outside to put up the crime scene tape. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you cleared the house, you left and went to the front yard?
Yes.
And then you were there for how long at the residence before you left?
I couldn't give you a time.
Did you stay for a while, or was that the end of your job there?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago. I have no idea how long I was actually on scene for.
And who is your direct supervisor?
I believe that day was Sergeant Nocella.
I'm sorry, what was the last name?
Nocella.
Okay. And what contact did you have with Detective Moffett that day?
I don't know if I had any with him on scene.
Okay. What about Detective England, perhaps?
I may have briefly spoke to her while I was on scene.
Okay. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times?
I couldn't tell you a number.
Okay. And then when you have to report to your superior before you left the scene?
He was on scene, I would imagine.
Nocella? Is
Yes.
that what you said? Okay. And then you don't know what time you left, but you arrived at approximately 8:50?
Give or take, yes.
And then did you see me arrive at the scene?
I think as I was leaving, yes.
So approximately around the time that I arrived, you were leaving?
I don't know if I left when you arrived, but I was on my way out of the crime scene as far as I know.
Okay. And then you said something about 2 wounds. Is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you see the 2 wounds through the shirt?
Just was an observation that I made when I saw him laying on the ground.
So did you see 2 holes in the shirt?
I'm not sure exactly what I saw when I was there, but I could see that there were 2 apparent gunshot wounds to his chest.
And then I'm sure, well, I won't speak for you. So when they began CPR, they did open his shirt. Is that correct?
I have no idea.
Because when you walked by, his shirt was open.
Objection to question.
Please ask questions.
Did you discuss this case with Sergeant Nocella?
I don't believe so. I would imagine he was on scene and he got briefed by the detectives.
He got briefed by the detectives? Is that what you
In
said?
fact, I would imagine, yes.
Okay. And then have you spoken to the case agent on this case? How many times would you say?
Who's the case agent?
Oh, Detective Duncan. That's my
Detective
understanding.
Duncan? I mean, I've spoken to him many times in my career.
Regarding this case, how many times do you think you've spoken to Detective Duncan?
I couldn't even put a number on it. I would say very few.
Very few? Like, how many would you guess?
I would say maybe 5 times.
5 times. Thank you. And would that be in-person kind of discussions or?
Yeah, I wouldn't even say they were discussions, probably just in passing.
Okay. So how many times have you emailed with Detective Duncan concerning this case?
Objection to relevance.
Overruled, you can answer if you know.
I have no idea.
What about text messages?
No idea.
Phone calls?
Ma'am, I have no idea.
Okay. And your report that you wrote about this, about how long after the incident did you make your report?
I was done by the end of my work shift at 4 o'clock.
And then did you ever make any revisions to that report?
I don't believe so.
So you left the scene approximately sometime in the morning, and by 4 o'clock that day you had written your report. Is
Yes.
that correct? And you've never changed anything on your report?
Not that I recall, ma'am.
And the report is exactly as you left it did you review it for this testimony today?
Yes.
And it was exactly the same as when you wrote it at 4 PM on July 11th?
I don't know if I wrote it at 4 PM. It was
Or
done
by 4 PM?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Thank you, that's all I have.
All right, redirect.
Sergeant, you were asked about the shooter's demeanor. Were you just telling us what you observed?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I just observed him very calm and collected after just shooting somebody.
And that's both seeing him come out as well as having some interaction with him on the curb?
Yes, ma'am.
A person is been shot and you check for a pulse and you believe they are deceased. As a police officer, are you supposed to touch the body?
No.
Is the body basically a crime scene?
Yes.
Based upon your training and experience, did you believe that the victim was deceased?
Yes, ma'am.
Do fire have EKG, heart monitors and things that they use to determine if maybe you missed a pulse?
Yes, ma'am.
When you talked about giving CPR, if an individual is now a crime scene, would giving CPR to that deceased person change the crime scene?
Yes.
And so as someone who believed the person was deceased, you did not want to modify or change the crime scene?
Correct.
You were asked about the gun. Is the gun part of the crime scene?
Yes.
Were you responsible for processing the crime scene?
No.
Why didn't you go in there and pick it up and start handling it?
because I didn't want to alter where it was laying when he got done using it.
You were asked a lot about when 911 was called, when you were dispatched. This was a few years ago,
Several, yes.
2019.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something called a CAD report that documents when 911 was called, when you were dispatched, when you arrived, and even when you left?
Yes, ma'am.
Would looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when those events occurred?
Yes.
If I may have my paralegal provide him with a copy of the CAD report.
Do you want me to?
Starting, does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when the 911 call was received?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It was received at 8:36.
Does looking at the CAD report help refresh your recollection as to when you were dispatched?
It appears it was dispatched at 8:37.
So your memory of saying 8:50 or so was perhaps incorrect.
Yes.
Was looking at the CAD report indicate when you arrived?
8:43.
So again, that was a little earlier than your memory was.
Yes, ma'am.
And does looking at the CAD report help determine, refresh your recollection as to when you left the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
When was that?
It's 5:31 p.m.
As a police officer who is one of the first on scene, do you provide briefing or information to your sergeant or the detectives on scene as to what you saw, observed, and did?
If they ask me directly, yes, somebody will brief them that's on scene.
But you have to provide somebody that information to then provide to the detectives?
Yes.
Why is it done that way?
Because usually a supervisor is going to want to know what's going on and what we did, just so the detectives know exactly what they're walking into.
So for instance, if you had had to move the gun, they would want to know that, right?
Yes.
Or if you had moved the body, they would want to know that too, right?
Yes.
And if you had found any evidence, would they want to know that as well?
Absolutely.
And so is that what you would have to do that day when you are speaking to the sergeant or detectives?
Yes.
I have no other questions, Your Honor.
Does any member of the jury have a question for this witness? If so, please write it on the provided form. I'm not seeing any questions come down. All right, state can call its next witness.
Thank you. And if I may go get it. This will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, go ahead and have a seat over here to my left.
Sir, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Robert Krautheim.
And where do you currently work?
I currently work at the Sandra Day O'Connor Federal Courthouse
Back in 2019, where were you working?
as a Chandler police officer in Chandler, Arizona.
How long did you work for the Chandler Police Department?
25 years.
When did you retire?
About 3 years ago, February.
When you were working there in July of 2019, what were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer. I was responding to calls for service.
Okay. And do you recall what your shift was at that time?
It was a day shift. I think I start my shift at 6 and end at 4.
Were you working patrol for Chandler Police Department on July 11th of 2019 at about 8:36 a.m.?
I was.
Were you dispatched to 5531 South Four Peaks Place in Chandler, Maricopa County, Arizona?
Yes.
What were you dispatched for?
A shooting that had just occurred.
Based upon the information that was, well, let me ask you this. When you are arriving to a scene, do you get information relayed to you about this call?
I do.
Why is that?
The call taker is asking the person on the phone what's going on, where it is, who's there, just basic information. And then dispatch relays that information to me as I'm driving to the call for service.
Is that so you have a better idea about what you're walking into?
Yes, it's on a computer, but verbally, the stuff that's really pertinent before I arrive is just verbally done over the air.
So when you were arriving on the scene, did you think this shooting had just occurred?
I did.
When you got to this 5531 South Four Peaks, were there any other officers on scene yet?
Yeah, Officer Wiz was there.
Is that Officer Wiersbe?
Yes, I'm sorry, I apologize.
What were you wearing?
Patrol outfit, basically a patrol uniform, police uniform, body-worn camera.
And back then, where was your body-worn camera?
At the time, it was a lipstick camera, so part of it was here, but the camera's actually on my right shoulder.
Okay. And was that on and recording as you sort of arrived on scene and while you were present there?
Yeah, I started recording while I was driving there.
Okay. When you arrived, did you know whether or not the 911 caller was still on the phone?
Yeah, she was still on the phone.
And when you are talking with dispatch, did you arrange to have this person come out, or did Officer Wiersbe do that?
Yes, dispatch advised him to come out of the home without anything and hands up in the air. That's kind of standard.
And did he comply with that?
He did.
What exit did he come out of?
Out the front door.
Okay. Can you describe sort of his appearance and demeanor as you observed him coming out of the house?
His clothes were clean. He was calm, not emotional at all. Different than what I would have anticipated.
When he first exited, did you notice any injuries to him?
He was holding, it was a white rag at the time. It was just kind of red and white. He was holding on the back of his head.
When he first exited or later?
As he's coming out of the house.
Did you notice any difficulty walking or talking when you first had contact with him?
No.
Any difficulty sitting or standing?
No.
Did you learn the name of this person?
I did.
What was his name?
Alex Cox.
Did you observe him sweating at all when he first came out?
No.
Any type of jitters?
No.
Any uneven or broken voice as he's talking to you?
No.
At some point, did you notice an injury to him?
I did.
And where was it?
On the back of his head, towards his right side.
And what did you see?
I articulated my written report as about an inch laceration, a small like knot, and it was bleeding a little bit.
Fix that. Alex Cox patting or rubbing the back of his head with some sort of rag or paper towel?
Yes,
Without going into what was said, did you talk with him?
I did.
Did you offer him medical treatment?
I did.
Did he ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
Was there anything about his talking with you or actions that made you concerned that you thought you should override that?
Yes.
Let me make sure you understood. Was there anything about what you observed with Alex Cox talking or his ability to move that made you think you should override his decision to not get treatment? You thought, oh, get treatment. He's so bad off.
Oh, zero, none.
At some point while you were talking with Alex Cox, did you see a female and a teenager show up at the scene?
I did.
And did you eventually go speak with those two?
I did.
Where did you speak with them?
Just on the other side of the street. They had parked right across from the house.
Did you speak with the adult female?
I did.
Did you ask for a driver's license to identify her?
I did.
And who was that person?
Lori Vallow.
Do you see Lori Vallow in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point her out and tell us what she is wearing for the record?
She's at the defense table wearing a white shirt underneath looks like a black jacket.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
Shall.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you know that the deceased person in the house was her husband?
I did.
Okay. When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, did you ask her whether or not the individual inside her husband lived there?
Did not ask her that.
Can you describe for us Lori Vallow's demeanor as you were interacting with her?
Calm, nonchalant, just kind of a matter of fact, just talking to me as I'm talking to you now.
When you went to speak with Lori Vallow, can you tell us approximately how many police cars were parked around there?
Well, I don't know either myself. I know there was at least mine and Officer Wiz's. There's a fire truck there. I think there was an ambulance there, and I think there may have been another police car. I can't remember, but there was a lot of emergency vehicles just near the home itself.
And was her brother Alex Cox sitting sort of in view of her?
Literally across the street, like the desk of the prosecutor would be her car. This is the street, and I had Alex seated right on the sidewalk.
When she first arrived, did she actually walk up to where you were with Alex Cox?
Yes, she did.
And you asked her to go back to the other side of the street?
I did.
Did she ever ask you how her brother was doing?
No.
Did she ever ask you if her brother needed medical attention from being hit by a bat?
No.
Did she ever ask you why there were so many police cars around the neighborhood?
No.
Did she ask you why there was a fire truck parked in front of her house?
No.
So other than gathering basic information, did you really talk to her about anything else?
No.
And were you wearing that body-worn camera footage or camera when you had contact with her?
I did.
After you talked with Lori Vallow, did you go back and stand near Alex Cox again?
Yes.
If I can have my paralegal go up and show him exhibit number 1. Do you recognize exhibit number 1?
I do.
Is that a copy of your body cam footage from July 11th of 2019?
It is.
Is it missing the audio other than during your interaction with Lori Vallow?
Correct, yes.
And did you initially identify that previously as your body cam?
I did.
State will move to admit exhibit number 1.
Any objection to exhibit number 1? Any
No
objection
objection.
to
No objection.
exhibit 1's admitted?
And if we could publish it.
Go ahead.
So is this you responding to the scene?
Correct.
And was your camera flipped upside down initially?
Well, the camera wasn't, the orientation of the software was.
So that's why we see the axon and stuff in the bottom corner upside down.
That is correct.
So this was a gated community?
It was.
As you're driving, did you go by the fire truck here?
I did.
And is it standard for fire to stage a little ways away from the scene when it's a shooting?
Yes.
Why is that?
So they could respond quickly.
Do they want you to clear the residence first before they show up?
Yeah, it needs to be safe for the firemen. We had to make sure there's no one else in the house that was armed or in the area.
And as you're arriving, is the person, the shooter, still inside the house?
I can't recollect. I think he was at the door right now or just coming out to the door.
Why did you pull your weapon?
I was just told somebody killed somebody. So yeah, for my safety, I wanted to make sure I rendered him safe before I put my gun away. It was a threat to me.
So when he came out, he had both his hands up in the air.
Mhm.
So at that point, nothing touching his head yet, no.
Correct.
Now, did you stay out with him while Officer Worsbicky went inside?
I did.
While you're talking with him during this whole time, at this point, he still hasn't brought anything out to try to place on his injury.
Correct.
When he came out, did he already have those sunglasses on the top of his head?
He did.
Why did you have him move over here?
I actually physically couldn't hear him. Fire trucks are incredibly loud, so I had to move away.
So fire had already pulled up to now go inside the residence.
Correct.
And can you kind of see them in the corner going in?
Yes.
Did you learn whose truck that was in the driveway?
I don't recollect right now whose truck it is. I think it's his, but I'm not sure.
And who is that other officer there?
That's Officer Wizbeski, sorry. I've been calling him Wiz since I've known him.
Shorter. Were you initially trying to control the scene yourself, sort of helping to tell people where to go and what to do?
Oh, absolutely. My head's on kind of a swivel. I'm always kind of looking around like people just walk up to you and ask you what's going on. Got to make sure no one's going to walk up to the house. So you just try to keep it as pristine as you can.
So we see him putting his head now, or his hand on the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
And you indicated there's a fire truck there. You asked him if he wanted any medical attention,
I did.
and he declined it.
He refused.
Who are those?
That's Lori Vallow and her daughter.
So when you said across the street, we just saw a red SUV. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
So at this point, did you know the name of the individual inside the residence?
Yes.
And who was that?
Charles Vallow.
And did you at this point understand who that woman was that walked up?
Yes.
And who did you believe she was?
His wife.
Normally when someone is shot and killed, is there a team of detectives and crime scene specialists who will come out to handle the case?
Yes.
And are you, as patrol officer, sort of stuck with taking care of it until they arrive?
Yeah, we deal with the burning, bleeding, and blowing up stuff. Anything that takes time and a lot more in-depth stuff, that's what the detectives do.
And then what do we see here that just came up?
It looks like an ambulance.
You told us that you understood when you were arriving that this shooting had just happened. Do you recall at this point when the 911 call came in?
No, I don't remember specifics on the time. I think at 8:39 I was dispatched to it. And I would imagine the call for service came in a minute or two before that.
And approximately, do you recall how long it took you to get to the scene?
Probably 4 or 5 minutes.
We see more people walking up. Are you trying to stop the contamination of the scene by having more people walk in there?
Yes, I told the firemen kind of what was maybe in the house, and Officer Wiz was already in the house, and so we were just trying to control how many firemen went into the house.
So when you're the first on scene, are you trying to have the least number of people go in there as possible?
Yes,
Are you trying to not touch anything that's not necessary to be touched?
correct, yes.
Obviously, if fire's going to work on a person, they're going to have to contaminate it somewhat.
Yes.
Is that when we sort of see fire now leaving?
I couldn't, just from recollection, I couldn't answer that.
We see something in Officer Becky's hand. Is that the crime scene tape?
Yes. We do an inner and then an outer perimeter.
Is it normal for a patrol officer to have to stay with the individual who is the shooter and ensure that no one else is contacting them?
Yes.
So you don't want any of the neighbors walking up to them?
Correct. At this moment, I'm still basically fact finding. I'm just trying to figure out what happened, when it happened, who was involved, kind of thing. And yeah, I try to keep them separate.
At some point, do sergeants and others start arriving on scene?
Yes, that's my Sergeant Nacella.
When you have a scene like this where detectives are going to be called out, do all the different patrol officers provide their information that could be relevant to one person who can then brief the detectives?
Yes, I briefed my supervisor to let him know from my point of view what I know and what I was told. And then at some point, I think he would disseminate that to the detectives.
Okay. Him at this point, what you've learned.
Yes.
And can we also see what the body camera looks like on the shoulder there?
Yes, he has the same type.
What made you decide that you needed to go over and talk to Lori Vallow?
Again, it's fact finding, really. It's who are you? And when I say who, I always like to identify them by their Arizona driver's license, because although my name is Robert, I go by Rob. So I don't want to assume her name is just Lori. It could be something specifically or longer. So I usually ask people for identification.
And that's so you can put that into your report appropriately.
Correct.
So we saw the ambulance leave. That means they didn't transport him.
Correct.
Did you learn that you actually couldn't cordon off this area the way you had initially thought because there was only one way out?
That is correct. We initially, as you can see, cordoned off part of the road so anybody couldn't just drive up to us. We later learned that's the only way that part of the neighborhood could actually exit the neighborhood. So we had to change the tape a little bit.
And then we see fire leave here as well. So now it's just police basically at the scene?
Police and I think a crime scene technician.
And are you still the only person responsible for making sure that no one is talking with Alex Cox?
I am.
Okay.
Is this where you go over to speak with Ms. Vallow?
Yes.
Does your husband live here? Oh, gotcha. Okay. You guys are right.
You could turn up the volume.
Okay. Let me just get do you have a driver's license with you? I can just grab it. Thank you. O-R-I. What does your middle initial stand for?
Noreen.
Noreen. N-O.
R-E-N.
V-A-L-L. What's a phone number for you, Lori?
808-755.
755?
5452.
You live here, though, not in Santan. This is your home?
Right,
Gotcha.
right.
Okay.
We just moved in here.
Gotcha. How long have you guys lived here?
Okay.
How long have you lived here?
Like 3 weeks.
Oh, geez. Yeah, okay.
That's why the neighbors don't know us.
Gotcha.
Like, hi neighbor, sorry.
Are you working at all?
No.
Okay. And you're still about 5'6", and 20?
Did you also get biographical information from teenager?
I did.
Was that Tylee Ryan?
It was.
Let's stop it now. After you had talked with Alex Cox and Lori Vallow, did you go brief some of the detectives about what you had learned?
I did.
Did you tell the detectives that Lori Vallow did not know that her husband Charles was dead?
I told them that I did not advise her of such.
Okay. Did you believe that she did not know that her husband was dead?
I did.
Why did you believe that?
Well, I was under the understanding that this just happened. She just arrived back on scene, and I did not advise her of what happened in the house.
When you spoke with Alex Cox, did he provide additional information that made you believe that she was not present when the shooting happened?
Yes.
After you advised the detectives of this, did you then return and remain with Alex Cox and for a significant additional period of time?
Yes.
Were you eventually asked to transport him to the police station?
I was.
Can you describe his demeanor during the transport?
Calm. Didn't ask. We just talked about things not related to this at all. Just a conversation between like me and you, just normal, average tone, calm.
And did you stay with him at the police station until a detective arrived?
Yes,
Did that end your involvement in this case?
it did.
I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Can you pronounce your last name for me? I don't want to get it wrong.
Krautheim.
Krautheim.
Yes.
Yes? Okay, Officer Krautheim.
At the
correct?
time, yes.
At the time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. You mentioned about Alex being calm when he exited the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you were advised that he had told the 911 operator that he composed himself and then called 911. Is that correct?
I don't remember the compose himself, but I think he did.
But you stated in your report that Alex was very calm throughout the entire time talking with him, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the scene itself, was it chaotic?
No.
Were people running around screaming?
No.
Were people running in and out of the front door?
No.
So were the officers calm?
It was just me and another officer.
Were you calm?
Yes,
Was the other officer calm?
he was.
Were the detectives calm?
They were.
Was the fire department calm?
I didn't interact with him very much. I couldn't answer that.
Your friend The Wiz was calm?
Yes, the other officer, yes.
So when I arrived at the scene, things were pretty calm.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Oh, yes, you were calm.
No, I'm saying when I arrived at the scene itself was calm environment.
It was.
Okay. So if I would have been hysterical, that would have been more out of character than if I was calm when everybody else was being calm. Isn't that correct?
Speculation.
Sustained.
You said that Alex was calm and was holding a towel in his right hand and holding it up to the back of his head. Is that correct? And you said, oh, sorry, it's in my other note. Just now that demonstration, is that correct?
Yes,
That's like a cut down his head, 1
it
inch?
is.
Okay. And you said a small knot,
I did.
correct? Okay. And that it was bleeding is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. A small knot is what you, but would you not call it a goose egg?
A tomato.
Okay. Did Alex ask for medical treatment?
He did not.
How many times did you ask him if he needed medical treatment?
I think 3 times.
Okay. And there was EMS right there next to you?
Yes.
So an EMS person could have just come over and checked the back of his head pretty easily, yeah?
Yes.
Yes. But no one asked anybody to do that? Correct? Okay. And he didn't seem disoriented to you at all?
No.
So you didn't think he needed any kind of medical attention at the time?
No.
And he didn't ask for any at the time?
Correct. He did not.
And you didn't supply any at the time?
Correct.
Okay. But EMT was right there next to you?
Yes.
Okay. That's another thing that you said, calm and nonchalant. Is that correct? You
Yes.
stated that Alex was nonchalant. What is your definition of nonchalant?
Kind of like how I am now. I don't have a lot of emotion. I'm not afraid. Just nonchalant.
Is that your typical demeanor?
I guess it depends on the situation and the circumstance.
I mean, this can be a stressful situation, right? So it's your demeanor right now.
It is.
Testifying in court can be a stressful situation.
I guess it can be.
So if that was Alex's normal demeanor, then it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant.
Objection, speculation.
I'll allow it. I'll allow the answer. He doesn't know the demeanor, but you can answer.
Can you ask the question again?
Yeah, so if Alex's normal demeanor was like your normal demeanor, and even in a stressful situation, if he was nonchalant, it wouldn't be out of the ordinary for him to be nonchalant again, because that's his normal demeanor. Correct?
The compound question.
I'll sustain that objection.
You mentioned that I had parked across the street. Is that correct?
Yes.
Why did I have to park across the street?
I don't know.
So we saw on the body cam, right, that there was a huge fire truck, correct?
Yes.
There was police cars, correct?
Yes.
There was a CSI van, correct?
She was parked somewhere. I don't know where.
Next to the house, kind of, I guess, south of the house. So there was nowhere to park except for across the street. Is that correct?
No,
That's not correct?
that is not correct.
Where else could I have parked?
Well, the street's long. You could have parked anywhere along the street. You could have parked on the other street. That's where I parked. Or you could park on the other side of the street, south of the home, where there was plenty of parking. So there was other options to park.
But I parked as close as I could to the scene so that I could come talk to you. Is that correct?
Speculation, testifying.
Sustain.
So we can agree that there were lots of police vehicles blocking the house. Is that correct?
Emergency vehicles.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, emergency, police, fire, CSI, all were there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. But even though all of those things were there, the scene was not chaotic. Is that correct?
Correct.
It was a very calm scene that day.
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how hot it was that day?
No, but it was hot.
It was hot. Oh, that's what I was going to ask you. What was the extent of your duties that day? I know that you had arrived on the scene. You said dispatched was about 8:39 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then it took you about 4 to 5 minutes to arrive.
Yes.
And then you were the first on the scene.
No.
No. Who was the first on the scene? Do you know?
Wiz was.
Oh, that's correct. And then who arrived, how long after he arrived did you arrive? Do you know?
Oh, I was like seconds,
Okay.
maybe 10, 15 seconds.
And then you were right there when Alex came out of the house?
I was.
And you were with him basically that whole time till he
Yes.
got into the police car?
Yes,
And then did you drive him to the station?
I did.
So you were in the car with him the whole time?
Yes.
So you really never didn't have eyes on Alex from the time he came out of the house till the time he got to the police station? Okay. And did you have a conversation on the way to the police station?
I did.
You did. And that's the second body cam we didn't watch, is that correct? That has your name on it?
Yeah, there's another body worn camera we haven't seen.
Right, from the police car, I'm saying.
Yes, me driving.
You driving, but it comes from the car, not from the shoulder body cam, is that correct?
No, it comes from still my body.
Oh, it was
worn
still
camera.
on your shoulder?
Yes.
Okay. And in that, did you have a conversation with Alex on the way to the police station?
Yes.
Objection asked and answered.
And did he express?
Hold on. When
Sorry?
there's an objection.
I'm sorry.
Wait for the ruling. I'll sustain the objection, but the answer will stand nonetheless. Go ahead. Next question.
Did he express to you that he kind of felt out of it because he hit?
Say.
Sustain.
When did you make your report about the incident on July 11th, 2019?
I think it was the end of my workday that day, but I stopped and started it numerous times throughout the day.
So did you finish it that day or it still took a few days?
No, I finished it at the end of my shift,
By the end of your shift, which was what time that day?
4 o'clock.
Okay. And did you make any revisions to that later on?
No,
So this is the only report that you made in regards to the day of July 11th, 2019?
it is.
You stated that there was red liquid on the rag towel that appeared to be blood. Did you think it was something other than blood?
Well, I had no way to test it, so I have to articulate it that way.
So he was bleeding from the back of the head
He was.
on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Is that correct? Okay. And then was it you on the body cam who briefed the detectives, Detective Moffett and Detective Inkland in the front yard?
Yes, I made contact with him, yes.
And then you had told them basically what Alex had conveyed to you, what happened?
Yes.
And then what do they do with that information? Do they just put it into a report?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Okay. So your report goes to who after you're finished with it?
I sent it to my supervisor.
And who was that at the time? Do you remember?
That was Bill Nacella.
Oh, the same one?
Sergeant,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. And then did you speak to the case agent on this case regarding this incident on July 11th?
I did at the time. That's when I walked up to them at the front door area.
Okay. And was Detective Moffett the case agent at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And now it's Detective Duncan, as far as you know?
As far as I know, I don't know for sure, but that's what I've been told.
Okay. And how long do you think that you were at the residence? What was the whole time before you guys left to go to the police station? Do you remember? Do you recall?
No, I do not. It would be in my CAD history on when I transported him from the home to the PD. So I'd have to look at that, and I don't know, 40 minutes, half hour, 40 minutes, something like that.
Now, someone on the video, and I don't remember who it was, but put a phone into a evidence bag. Was that you?
I don't recollect that.
Okay. And then got into the car. Did someone ride with you to the police station from the residence? Just you and Alex were in the car?
Yes,
No other officers?
correct.
But before you got into the car, an officer came over and took his phone and put it in an evidence bag?
You're asking me for recollection. I don't remember that. It's probable because we usually try to bring their property to the area where we're going to. So it's probable.
I just didn't see it in your report, but I saw it on the body cam, so I wondered if you knew. Okay.
I'm going to object to the defendant testifying.
All right. Please only ask questions.
Sure.
When you make statements about what you saw or heard, that's testimony.
I apologize, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
So it says in your report that you were asked by Detective Moffett to transport Alex to the police station not handcuffed. Is that correct?
Yes,
And to the downstairs interview room. I'm assuming that's at Chandler Police Department,
it is.
correct? Okay. And it was just the two of you in the car on the ride there?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Then when you arrived at the police station, what happened next?
Walked him up to the room, had him sit down, or I think brought him some water, I think. And the detective was literally behind me. It wasn't very long before he walked into the room.
So then Detective Moffett took over and you were excused?
Yes,
Okay. And then was that the extent of your duty
it was.
at that time? And did you leave the police station after that?
Yes.
Did you stay and observe the interview?
No.
So Detective Moffett took over for you and you departed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You said when you spoke to Alex that he was cooperative. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is it possible he could have been in shock?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
From your observation, how long did the cut on Alex's head bleed? I mean, you were with him for that 40 minutes, and how long do you think it was bleeding?
Well, I couldn't answer that because I wasn't standing in the back of his head when I first made contact with him. So to be honest with you, I don't know when it started. So I don't have the minutes.
Did it appear to be bleeding when he exited the house or no?
I didn't look at the back of his head right away when he exited the house.
When was the first time that you looked at it? About how long after he exited?
I can't answer time-wise, but it was during the time I had him seated at the sidewalk when I was talking to him.
Okay. Before he moved over or after?
Oh, after he moved over.
Okay. Did you ever enter into the house?
No.
You were just there in the front yard
Yes.
the whole time? Okay. When you talked to the two detectives in the front yard and gave them your synopsis of what had happened, You said they got into a domestic fight consisted,
Objection.
I'm sorry,
I'm going to sustain the objection.
what was the legal objection?
Hearsay.
Hearsay.
Oh, I was just reading his report. Okay.
Then objection, no question.
Please ask your next question.
You said in your report that at one point Alex's niece grabbed the bat.
Objection.
Hold on.
Hearsay.
That's
Improper
hearsay.
question.
Okay, you can't ask hearsay. Please ask your next question.
Did Alex tell you that he got hit in the head with the bat?
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay prior ruling.
Yeah, it's sustained. You can't ask questions of what Alex said.
So you observed that he had this bump on his head, but you didn't know how he got it. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
You did know how he got it. Is that correct?
I was told how he got it, which is different than me knowing how he got it, if that makes any sense.
Correct. You did not witness it, is what you're saying.
Correct.
But you knew that he had an injury to the back of his head on the right side.
I did.
Correct. Okay. And how did you obtain that information, Your Honor?
You can't answer if it calls for hearsay.
Did you observe the next door neighbor come out in her nightgown to speak to me?
I did.
And then there was another neighbor on the other side that came out that you told him to go back into his house? Is that
I don't know if he
correct?
was a neighbor, but it was just some guy. Yeah, I assumed he was a neighbor.
Right. So they had blocked off the street so the neighbors couldn't really exit the neighborhood. They couldn't go to school or work, or it's kind of an issue there.
Not really. I mean, when one car told us the layout of the neighborhood, then we realized that was the only person that wanted to exit. They told us they couldn't exit, so we just fixed it so anyone else could leave.
Right. But they were trying to come up to me to find out what was happening.
Objection,
Okay.
speculation, hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection. Let's take our afternoon break for the staff and the jurors. We're going to take a 15-minute stretch restroom break. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Juror 15. Juror 15. Is that your phone on the?
just a couple more things. You mentioned that you briefed the detectives. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what did you tell them in that briefing?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
Are his statements hearsay as well, Your Honor?
Any out-of-court statement is hearsay unless there's an exception or it's non-hearsay under the rules. So yes, his out-of-court statements are hearsay. Go ahead.
But you did brief the detectives before you headed to the police station? Is that correct?
I did.
And who was there? Do you remember?
Nate Moffett, Cassie, I think my
Is that
sergeant.
Detective Inkland? I'm sorry. I don't want to interrupt you.
No.
Oh,
And just off recollection, I think there was another one, but off of recollection, I don't remember.
and that was about how long before you left to go to the police station?
$10 minutes, maybe?
And how long do you think you were speaking with them?
Under a minute.
Under a minute
Yes.
for the briefing?
Yes.